gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
It is the Rangers' last stand here in New York as they try to avert a sweep on gorgeous Thursday afternoon as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Texas Rangers in the final game of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Paul O'Neill and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. Yes, it's such a great day that we got the guys out of the booth, put them down on the field to tell you about this game. The Yankees have won the first 2 games of this series by a 12-4 score. Yesterday, it was Bronx Bomber time. The balls were flying out of the ballpark, and Mark Teixeira took the lead, Paul.
Well, this whole homestand has just been unbelievable from the hitting standpoint. You know what you got when you brought Mark Teixeira into this lineup. A switch hitter, power hitter, first inning last night, 20th home run, ties it up, and then later in the game from the left side, Mark Teixeira is hitting bombs. It's great to have a switch hitter in the middle of your lineup, and you also know what he can do with the glove. That's consistently day after day. Great defense, Mark Teixeira.
Hey, last year he got up to such a slow start. Through June 15th, he was hitting .229 with 10 homers and 38 ribbies. Now, .257, 21 home runs, and 53 runs batted in. Let's take a look now at the New York Lottery pitching matchup. Brian Gordon's going to make his first big league start. Those are his numbers at AAA for the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll talk more about him once the game begins. C.J. Wilson will get the start for the Texas Rangers, 7-3, 3.09. Tell me something about him, Al.
Well, you know what, Michael? You mentioned about the Yankees bombing the ball around at 24 runs. He had to watch Derek Holland closely yesterday. C.J. Wilson is a frontline starter. A couple years ago, he was a reliever. This was a start early in May against Seattle. It was a complete game. Struck out 12. Very good stuff, like the same 2 starters earlier with Ogando and Holland. This guy's a little bit more of a complete pitcher. Very impressive left-hander is C.J. Wilson.
Oh, now Eduardo Nunez is the guy who's playing shortstop in the absence of Derek Jeter. So far, first 2 games, not too bad. Al Leiter will come back and talk about it next on Yes. Moments away from the Yankees against the Rangers game 3. Look at what Eduardo Nunez has done, filling in these 2 games for Derek Jeter. 4 for 8, a home run, 2 ribbies, 2 runs scored, and 2 stolen bases. He's making the most of his opportunity. Welcome back to Yankees baseball. That's Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay, and Paul O'Neill will rejoin us in just a moment. So how good is this guy? How good can he be?
You know what? The future we'll see. But I look at this, and his home run against Derek Collin. It was an 0-2 pitch. It was a slider. He's shown that he can hit the fastball. First night against Ogando, he was 2 for 4, smoked a couple outs even though he got the 2 hits, had the 4 bats. This is a guy that I think as you get a little older and more experienced, he was the minor league player of the year for the Yankees in 2010, had played 30-some games, 280 batting average last year. They know what they have. It's a matter of him getting more comfortable, feeling like a big leaguer. A lot of times you get to the big leagues and your utility say, I think I belong. This is really an opportunity for him to really shine.
And really, in truncated playing time, he was a little shaky in the field. Now he knows he's going to play for about 2 straight weeks, and that's the bottom line. We'll see the real true talent of Eduardo Nunez. Well, we're almost ready for baseball. The Yankees have done almost nothing wrong in these first 2 games. It's been that good. Lineups, first pitch, baseball next on Yes. York Yankees, and by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Crowd filing in the Yankee Stadium on this Thursday afternoon, a little matinee baseball. Yankees have taken the field, Brian Gordon taking his warm-ups, and we're going to take a look at the Rangers starting lineup, which is presented by Avis. Rangers have lost 4 straight. They lead off their second baseman, Ian Kinsler. Elvis Andrus, the shortstop, will bat second. Batting third, playing left field, Josh Hamilton. DHing and cleaning up, Michael Young. The number 5 hitter, third baseman, Adrian Beltre. Mitch Moreland at first base will bat 6th. Batting 7th, playing right field, David Murphy. Taylor Teagarden will catch. He's going to hit 8th. Batting 9th and playing center field, Andy Chavez.
Brian Gordon on the mound, be making his first major league start. He did have 3 appearances with the Texas Rangers in 2008. There you see his AAA numbers with Lehigh Valley, the Philadelphia Phillies AAA club. Very good. Very impressive. Those 7 walks to the 55 in the 3rd innings, and certainly the 1.14 ERA. Let's take a look at the G-Pitcher scatter report. I said strike throw. We just saw those 7 walks and the 1.14 ERA. How about this 3,810 at-bats? He was an outfielder and then converted in 2007. We'll talk about that. And Ryan Express, when he was in Round Rock, the PCL AAA team for the Texas Rangers, Nolan Ryan helped him convert his pitcher.
Let's do it. First pitch is swung on and skied to center field. Granderson will put it away. 1 pitch, 1 out, and we are underway as Kinsler is retired. Yankees defense brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. In the outfield, Jones, Granderson, and Swisher left to right. Infield, Pena, Nunez, Cano, and Teixeira. They all had home runs yesterday. A-Rod has a day off. Russell Martin is back behind the plate. And Brian Gordon is on the mound. 32 years old, first big league start. Heart's probably beat through his chest right now as Elvis Andrus will dig in.
Yankee Stadium, day game against your old team. Kidding? He's got to be nervous.
And there's a strike.
I know you mentioned 32 years old. There's no doubt about it. He's been around a long time. The fact that he was a everyday player for 10 years. It's still a special moment.
Mike Everett at the home plate umpire. He calls that outside pitch a strike.
Gotta like that first pitch to Ian Kinsler. 1 out, kind of makes you relax as a pitcher. I think, man, that first out is so big in the first inning, Alan.
Throwing strikes too. You know, just mentioning about the fact that this guy is a strike thrower. I talked to Mike Maddox, who had him with the Texas Rangers. And early on, I would figure a guy, and you mentioned Michael, yes, he's nervous, and I know he's 32 years old, which would help the fact that he's a little bit more mature. There you see his resume. West Point. But watch early here, and already 3 pitches, 3 strikes. You're going to feel nervous. You're going to spray some balls around the zone.
That's up and in, a breaking ball.
Is that considered spraying it around the zone?
That'd be a spray.
Yeah.
But it was 0-2. Just a bit. 4 pitches, fastball, curve, slider, change, and a command. He's a command guy. Rod Child, the pitching coach, will be watching closely, I'm sure.
The 1-2. Breaking ball clips Andrus on the way by. And there's 1 on.
Well, this is kind of a weird question, but if you're nervous, curveball harder pitch to throw? Not necessarily.
No, but you would throw it hard. You would try to spin it. You try to make it the best Sandy Koufax, Burt Blyleven curveball. So maybe, you know, it's a grip thing. You know, hey, this curveball, I don't want to hang it. 0-2, 1-2. Let me throw the best one I have. I don't know, not necessarily a nerve thing. The fact that you don't want to make a mistake, especially with a breaking ball.
Here's Josh Hamilton. Runner goes. Strike. Throw to second. Nailed it. Great throw by Mark.
Such a help. I mean, Russell Martin, first day back in the lineup, he's had some back problems, but as a pitcher, you just hit a guy and you're thinking, you know, I got to get through this first inning. What a big pickup. You see, he held him just enough to get him flat-footed, kind of got a slow jump. Good throw by Russell Martin.
This is a running ball club. Kinsler, certainly Andrus. You have guys that round this lineup. Wait. Fan tag?
It was kind of in the vicinity tag, yeah.
Josh Hamilton down on the count, 0-2.
See if he gets him here. The swim move. Pull his left hand back.
And the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice first inning for Brian Gordon in his first big league start. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. Rangers nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. C.J. Wilson, today's Yankees starting lineup presented by Bank of America. Nick Swisher's in right field leading off for the second straight game. Curtis Granderson in center. Mark Teixeira's at first base. He'll hit third. Cleaning up the second baseman Robinson Cano. Andrew Jones in left will bat fifth. Batting sixth and DHing against the left-hander Jorge Posada. Russell Martin back behind the plate. He'll bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing shortstop Eduardo Nunez, and Ramiro Pena at third base will bat ninth.
30-year-old left-hander C.J. Wilson, very good left-handed pitcher last year, 15-8. Guy who was in the bullpen for the Rangers for the 3 previous seasons. very respectable, good numbers. 82 hits to 96 innings. Nice hits to innings ratio. He's a strikeout guy. 83 strikeouts. Bring those walks down a bit. Let's take a look at the G pitcher scatter report. I said strikeout stuff. He's had 10 plus strikeouts or more in 4 of his starts this year. A Rangers winner, 702 winning percentage when CJ Wilson's been on the mound the last 2 years, 33 and 14. And free agent. Boy, wouldn't mind being him. Guy again last year 15 and 8, really emerged as a frontline starter in baseball. Everybody's looking for a good left-handed pitcher. He's showing it again 2 years in a row. Good quality frontline starter.
So here's Nick Swisher.
Ought to be a good lefty in the game today as a free agent.
Good took it there.
I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah. Nick Swisher up on right-handed again. I mean, this has been a real confidence booster for him. He's swinging that right-handed really well all year. He gets a couple days where he's moved to the leadoff spot with Derek Jeter being on the DL. And a good night at the plate last night. If you can, I think, I mean, I don't know this because I'm not a switch hitter, but I think if you get enough hits from the right side continually day after day, that, you know, it might be able to roll in and just become confident as a hitter. Roll over into his left. What do you think, Michael?
I'm not sure.
Yeah?
I certainly can't speak from experience.
No, that's switch hitter thing. There's a few things in the game. I mean, even though you played the game, there's a few things that still amaze you. And to me, looking at guys that are good switch hitters, I don't understand. It just does not make sense to me because I was so left-handed, could do nothing right-handed. Pretty good one right there with power from both sides we saw last night.
Mike Everett gives him 2 pitches on the outside corner, so it looks like he has a little bit of a wide strike zone from both sides, and the count 2-2. Swisher 9 hits in his last 29 at bats. Line drive, a base hit. So he dumps out one to left field, a single for Swisher. Let's take a look at the Texas Rangers defense, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Hamilton, Chavez, and Murphy left to right in the outfield. Beltre, Andrews, Kinsler, and Moreland third to first. T. Garden is behind the plate. C.J. Wilson is on the mound. Matinee here at the stadium. The Yankees like these 17-3 in day games this year. If they win this one, it will be the best day game record since the Yankees back in 1958, 18-3. Outside is 1-0.
Holland last night, C.J. Wilson today. Tough at bats for left-handers. And then if you look at the lineup, Curtis Granderson hitting second, Robinson Cano hitting fourth. Joe Girardi has a lot of confidence in these guys going against good, tough left-handers.
About the lefty righty splits. Granderson, a guy who struggled against lefties, 270 this year.
Line drive to right field, hits a base hit. Moving to third is Swisher. The throw is in time as Swisher overslid third base. Beltre stayed with him and tagged him out for the first out of the inning.
You know, it's a good chance there. You try to get to third base with 1 out. I mean, he ran the bases aggressively. He's a leadoff hitter. It just so happened that in his haste to get to third base, he overslides the base. Murphy makes a good throw. Kind of short top Beltre. You see Beltre very into the game to see Swisher go by. Good play. And Granderson does nothing but go up there, keep that front shoulder in, drive it to right. Ball's on target, but it kind of short hopped Beltre.
Andrews, I thought in the lineup there, not allowing Granderson, it looked like Andrews did a nice little deep to make the cutoff. Not enabling Granderson to go to second.
Pitch is outside.
Talk a big pick me up. I mean, with 1 out, with nobody out. a sudden you kind of get a cheapie. Boy, that's a good angle right there. You see Nick Swisher didn't get his hand back to the base. Big difference. Nobody out, man on first and third, but one out with man on first, huh? First inning for you.
Yeah, that's one of those where, okay, I got an out of a hit. Settle down. It's a pitch here, ground ball. You're already seeing C.J. Wilson obviously following another left-hander. I always thought was an advantage. You can see what they did well or not and really watch it a little closer. Already, C.J. Wilson, even went behind, is throwing all of his pitches. He's thrown his 2 different breaking balls earlier, which Derek Holland did not get a feel early.
Line drive right field, and Murphy is there to retire to Shera. 2 away.
Murphy, a little platoon situation. Reminds me of Rusty Greer.
That's weird you said that, because I thought the same thing, kind of the same kind of player. Rusty Greer was a left-handed hitter for the Rangers years ago and kind of held his career back with some injuries at the end, but good solid player, good hitter.
Runner goes, throw to second, in time. They nailed Granderson. Teagarden made a good throw. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and because of the caught stealing, nobody left. We played 1 at the stadium. There's no score. Yankees and the Rangers right here on Yes.
Which type of game would you rather attend? And the choices are, you know what, folks? They've given me 2 choices, but I'm adding 2 more. Day game, night game, and I'm adding a 3 here, a shutout, and a 4 here, a 12-0 or 12-11 game. High-scoring game, shutout, night game, or day game. Bill Bolin, how did you like that down in the truck?
We're here. I'll clear it for you.
There's my friendly cameraman down in the stands.
Jack's enjoyed himself.
His mother was up here. She's a Yankee fan. Yeah, it's really it's cool to meet people, their families that are behind the scenes and something, and know that they're truly Yankee fans, excited to be out at the game even when they're not working. I like that.
Young swings and misses.
Actually enjoying the game. Baseball fans, they don't only work here, they like the sport.
Introduced to his mother, took a picture, and said, you know, if you need any food, just get a hold of Paul. That's what I'm known for. That's all I can do for anybody around here is get food. It's ridiculous.
You're much more than that, Paul.
And add my 3 and 4.
You miss this, Michael.
And the 1-2 popped up. Cano is there. One away. Hey, let's find out more about Brian Gordon. Let's bring in Kim Jones. She's down on the third base side. Kim, this kind of all started. Brian Gordon was in the Texas organization, outfielder, didn't think it was working, went to his AAA manager, Jackie Moore, who's now the bench coach, and take us from that conversation on.
That's right, Michael. And Brian Gordon said to Jackie Moore, I'm thinking about going in another direction. I might want to try pitching. He did pitch in high school. Jackie Moore's response was, why not? We're all following our dreams in this business. Well, in my conversation with Jackie Moore, he said he could not be more proud of 32-year-old Brian Gordon making this start, finally making it as a starter in the big leagues. And he says simply, how can you not be happy for him today? This is the big stage. This is the New York Yankees.
Single there for Beltre, and obviously the Rangers were behind it, and they kind of accelerated it, and I guess he had the right people behind him. And also, if you look at his numbers, he's not a bad hitter either.
That's right, Michael, but it just wasn't working out, and he dedicated himself to baseball. That's one thing Moore told me. He said baseball's his life. He's a family man, but he's very much committed to baseball, and he knew it would be longer bus rides and a much longer road to make it as a pitcher his second position, but he was determined to do it, and now here he is.
Now, it seems like there's a great affection between Jackie Moore and Brian Gordon, and I'm wondering what's going through the heart of Jackie Moore today.
Well, he told me he felt like a father figure to Brian Gordon, but he also said that, of course, he's rooting for his Rangers to win today. But he said, Michael, but I want it to be a 1-0 game because I want Brian Gordon to pitch very well.
Mitch Moreland flies out to left field, so yeah, that I'm sure Brian Gordon would like pitching well. The Yankees would like him to win. They'd like to sweep this 3-game set. So it's interesting coming out of the Ranger organization, and here he is. And you know, it's funny, I heard a story, Kim, that the Yankees didn't sign him technically until today, and he had to get his throwing in yesterday, and he actually threw on the top of the parking lot across the street.
And he walked into the clubhouse this morning, Michael, and was looking around and looking around. His name's not on a locker yet, so he finally found his locker because it had a Phillies bag in it.
Well, he must have a lot of emotions going through. Very quickly before the end of the inning, you got some information on Corey Wade, because I know you spoke to Russell Martin, who caught him with the Dodgers.
Yeah, in 08 and 09, Russell Martin said he was very happy the Yankees signed Wade, who could be a 5th, 6th, 7th inning type of guy. He says you'll earn your way on base with Wade. He's a strike thrower, likes that he has changed his delivery. It includes some deception now. Russell Martin noticed that last night, and he and Francisco Cervelli, who caught Wade last night, talked about that. He has a deceptive delivery that Russell Martin also believes could serve Corey Wade well.
Good stuff, Kim. As always, we'll talk to you on the postgame.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, that's Kim Jones. Interesting stuff on Brian Gordon. Can you imagine a guy who's going to start today was throwing on the field on top of the parking lot across the street here at the stadium?
That's where we were supposed to have a catch, what?
Yes, we were. I kind of kiboshed that.
Why is it?
A lot of reasons. Very complicated. Ground ball up the middle. Nice play by Cano. He doesn't make either play, either at second or at first. He seemed reluctant to flip at second, and then once he hesitated, he lost a play at first.
Yeah, he was definitely caught in between. Let's see where Nunez is. He's got time to flip it. Maybe he didn't get a grip, and that lack of grip said, let me plant. Maybe I got a chance of getting the speedy Murphy. Could not. Watch here. Right there, he's got a... Yeah, he fumbled a little bit. That was his play to go to short.
Once you don't get that out at second base, your weight and your speed is taking you out into center field, and we've seen him make that throw, but not that deep with Murphy running.
There's a strike. He does throw strikes, as Al gave you on the scouting report.
7 of the 8 batters, but he's been 0-1. Beltran was his only batter that went 1-0.
Count 0-1 now on Teagarden. Grounded left side. Nice play there by Pena. Goes the short way, and that will do it. No runs, 2 hits, no errors in. 2 men left on base. We played an inning and a half at the stadium. There's no score on yes. Yankees going on a little journey tonight. They go to Chicago. Everybody likes going to Chicago. But this is a 3-game set against the Cubs tomorrow. 2:20 is the start of the game on the YES Network. Then Saturday on Fox and Sunday on ESPN. But Saturday and Sunday, immediately following the game, Yankee extra innings right here on YES. So turn right back. And then the Yankees are on the Paul O'Neill's hometown, Cincinnati. 3 games there.
He's working the razor, too. See that?
I think that's a BlackBerry.
Oh,
Paul.
come on.
No, that's an iPhone, guys.
That's a BlackBerry, isn't it? No, you're right. It's an iPhone.
I was all happy. I thought somebody else in the New York area had a razor.
You're the
phone.
only one left. It's a great advertisement for the brand. You've had it, what, 20, 30 years? It's still working. Here's Robinson Cano as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Cano against Wilson. Cano, the cleanup hitter today. Swings at the first pitch and dribbles it slowly first base side. That's going to be a base hit. You can't roll that any better. And you say hitters never get any breaks, Paul.
Well, they got one right there, and the break was caused by the first baseman. I mean, the only way this play can be made. C.J. Wilson's got to get to first base. I'm sorry, Mike.
IOTV offers incredible HD picture and sound. Get the best in HD free. IOTV is the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on YES.
Yeah, again, I mean, this ball's by C.J. Wilson. You see Mitch Moreland's got to come over, catch that ball, and give him the little flip to first base. Once he made the decision to go to first base, Robinson Cano had a big smile on his face.
Here's Andrew Jones. He drove in a run yesterday with a single through the left side. Strange to see Alex Rodriguez have a day off against a left-hander, but he is off. Pena made a nice play down at the top of the second inning.
You know, you like to give veteran guys a day off after a night game coming up on a road trip. Very easy decision. I mean, the way Pena and Nunez swung the bat last night. I mean, very easy for Joe Girardi to kind of ride out a little hot streak from a couple guys.
The 2-0. Strike, 2-1.
I mean, Romero put Pena's home run yesterday. I mean, that's way back. Second career home run, but that ball was, a lot of those little guys, they'd hit those balls that just go off the top of the wall. That was a bomb.
Count 3-1. Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 81 degrees, high humidity, 10 miles per hour is the wind, and the forecast is partly cloudy, and you can actually see not too much blue up there. I'm told that 39% is low humidity. I think low humidity is 10%, but I guess 80 would be high, so medium humidity.
80 would be raining, wouldn't it?
Pretty much.
Maybe Michael could possibly, I doubt it, but 0.77 batting average against for Alex.
What's the number?
1 for 13.
Yeah, that's.
Jorge's only had 3 at bats. He's DH. 0 for 3. Would that be enough to say, hey, look, you DH last night, give you another day, we're going to Chicago?
I would think, and again, I think it has a lot to do with the way Pena swung the bat last night. I mean, here's a kid that came in and had great at bats, a couple hits, home run. Just, you know, you use opportunities, and you know, every day that Alex Rodriguez can get off during the day is going to make him stronger in September. And I think Alex Rodriguez is at a point in his career where a day off or a day off here or there is not going to affect whether he hits 30 home runs and drives in 100 runs, which he does every single year.
Three-two. Did he go around? No, he did not. So a walk issued to Andrew Jones. Chris Guccione said he did not go around. Chris is the first base up. Why don't we take a look and judge? He went around.
I even thought by the play there that I wouldn't even be checked.
That's one rule. We're talking about rule changes and all that. They have to define what a check swing is.
Yeah.
Subjective to every umpire. The intent to swing at the baseball. Every time you get in the box, you have an intention.
I was going to say, coming from the batter's box, you have the intent to swing, don't you?
Is it the barrel of the bat going through the zone? Is it crossing home plate? Breaking your wrist? What is it?
I would say in baseball, the two like unscientific calls you can make are check swings and the balk move from like a left. That angle that it has to become a balk and where you have to go home.
Well, that's it, based on the definition of a throw over. It's a balk every time you don't step toward first base, which you're supposed to step to the base you're throwing to. So that cheek move or that 45-degree that a lefty can do, every time they step, which they'll usually step somewhere over here as opposed to directly in line with first, it's a ball. Based on the rule. Right.
Grounded left side. Grabbed there by Beltre. There's one. On to first. It's a double play. So a 5-4-3 double play as Cano advances to third with 2 outs. Let's take a look at the GE Capital partner play. Great partnerships are built on trust. At GE Capital, we prove that every day.
Beltre to Kinsler, over to Moreland. An easy 5-4-3 double play.
So Jorge, who has an 8-game hitting streak and was 15 of 30 in that 8 game, bangs into a double play. Pitch outside. There's a base hit up the middle of the batter. Russell Martin, an RBI single. Cano scores and the Yankees have a 1-0 lead. So Martin, who's missed 7 of the last 8 games with a bad back, throws out a runner trying to steal, and now gets an RBI single.
And C.J. Wilson kind of hangs a breaking ball out over the plate. Russell Martin just getting back in the lineup. Not a better way to do it than driving a run your first at bat up.
Big 2-out RBI, runner at third base. You mentioned about his bat coming back. Nice little RBI, 28th of the year for Russell Martin.
Here's Eduardo Nunez, and the pitch is high. The 1-0. Count 1-1.
You think differently. 2 outs, double play ball, got a little something going. Kind of deflating. Runner at third base. Like, man, I want to be the guy, drive it in.
Well, I think that you think differently whether there's a guy on second or third, because it's such a challenge and it's such a better at bat when you drive in that run, especially with 2 outs, because you know those are the game-changing hits for the pitcher and for the offense. I mean, pitchers, it's got to kill you to know you're almost out of the inning and you still give up a run.
Turn him loose on 3-0, and he grounds it to third. There's going to be a base hit or an E5 as Nunez will reach. Beltre could not handle that ball at third.
Beltre's had a few opportunities today, and again, I mean, this is not your average Beltre play. I mean, he's a Gold Glove third baseman, kind of gets caught in between. His glove turned the wrong way.
Just whiffed it.
And every once in a while, as a fielder, you get over close to the bag, and the ball, you know, you're reading the ball and you're almost playing as if it's going to hit the bag and you're going to get a weird hop, and it looks like he almost got in trouble with that down the line there.
First and second, 2 outs. Here is the number 9 hitter in the Yankee order, their third baseman, Ramiro Pena. There's a strike from C.J. Wilson. Foul the other way. Count 0-2. Martin's at second. Nunez is at first. C.J. Wilson, a little bit of a jam. Swing and a miss, so he works out of further trouble. Yankees get a run on 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. We played 2 at the stadium. It's 1-0 Bombers.
Tremendous season in AAA. He's been a strike thrower. He's 4-pitch mix. You know, the starts that I saw, it looked like he kept the ball down, and he gets his, you know, he can get some ground balls. Besides that, not a whole lot.
Very odd in this age of information from everywhere that a manager of a team starts a player, and when you're the manager of New York Yankees, he really doesn't know anything about the guy. I mean, he's flying blind right here as well. He's got some information, but he's never really seen him.
No, he didn't see him live unless he was able to pull up some old video. And my guess is that Girardi, as much as he covers everything scouting-wise, I matter. There's got to be some kind of footage that he has seen.
Yankees lead 1-0 on the Lincoln scoreboard as we go to the third.
And also, too, Michael, you got your AAA manager in Scranton that has played at Lehigh Valley, so you base it on a lot of your scouts. I bet the number that is most impressive to the coaching staff and Brian Cash is the fact that the guy throws a lot of strikes, and that's what he's doing so far. The last thing you want is a guy coming up and fill in role like this and get behind and put yourself in bad counts.
Popped up. Nunez calls off Pena. 1 out.
I'll tell you one thing that has changed. When you walk into a clubhouse now, and Michael, I'm sure you've noticed it now too, that I mean, the starting pitcher from that day, like C.J. Wilson, is on all the television monitors in the Yankee clubhouse, and just a game where he's pitching. So if you're sitting in your locker, you can watch how he pitches certain things. You know, I walked through the visitors clubhouse last night. Nova's on a big screen. They brought in a big screen to have you know, the players are able to watch pitchers Watch how they go about it. You can really see on the monitor how balls break, how their two-seamer works. So that's different. We used to have video to go watch a guy, but to just have it playing all the time in the clubhouse, pretty neat.
The 0-1.
Yeah, I remember, and I know we played at the same time, that when I was with the Mets at Shea Stadium, they would have it on the 4 or 5 screens, whatever was playing, that was fixed in the clubhouse. But I was a little curious because they actually wheeled in Texas in the middle of the clubhouse, this big television.
I thought they were going to have a presentation.
Nice breaking ball as Kinsler swings and misses.
He took a lot off. They're 68 miles an hour, and that's a pitch. I mean, you talk about Joe Girardi not knowing this guy. Texas hitters don't know him very well either, and took a lot more off that curveball. We talked to you last night about Kinsler. Such a dead fastball hitter. Smart pitch on Wade's part to throw him that slow curveball.
Here's Elvis Andrus. Swings at the first pitch and pops it out right field. Nick Swisher runs out of room.
Also watching early here with Brian Gordon, he's throwing strikes. So it's the whole Maddox Halladay thing when you face a guy. Wait him out. Why? He's shown that he's throwing strikes. 28 strikes, 5 balls. So jump on it. But he's got a little movement at the end there. You see a little cut? That's not a straight 88 mile an hour fastball. There's late life with his velocity.
The 0-1. Wearing your old number, Al. 22. That's a good number to get, so they must believe in him to give him 22. Driven out to right field. Nick Swisher going back on the track, makes the play for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. So Brian Gordon, so far so good through 2.5 at the stadium. Yankees lead the Rangers 1-0. You are watching Yankees baseball on Yes. Scratch Lottery's instant games. Good things happen in an instant. So be ready. And by the new definition of world class in 2011, Buick LaCrosse. Oh, there's a full house right there.
How about that? Not just old Mikey K on there.
That's a young outlier, too. That's first time around Yankee lighter.
Oh, it is.
Pick a card, any card.
She actually has that in a headdress thing, but I guess the people behind her are saying, no, that's got to come down. Here's Nick Swisher, bottom of the third. And that clipped him. So he's going to take first base.
How have we seen that? Left-handed pitcher. Lester did it a couple times.
It's a lot of left-handed pitchers with that slider goes down and in, and on the replay it doesn't look like much. Boy, I tell you what, when that ball hits you on your toe or your instep, buck off his front foot or
yeah, that was front foot.
Yeah.
About that.
Yankees have been hit by a pitch 11 times in the 10 games so far on this homestand.
But a lot of them were like that.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking ball.
Lincoln scoreboard has the Yankees up 1-0. Granderson singled to right in the first inning. Nick Swisher tried to advance to third, got in, but overslid third, and then Beltre re-tagged him for the out. There's a strike. Today's closed captioning brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Granderson with 21 home runs, 9 of them are off lefties. No other lefty batter has more than 5 home runs off a lefty pitcher this year.
That's why I said coming into the game, you look at your second hitter and your fourth hitter, Dan Robinson Cano, against a tough lefty. Joe Girardi knows that these guys can hit the lefties, and there's Granderson's second hitter again. If you watch Granderson against lefties, it's like night and day from last year, and it's all because of this front shoulder. It stays in the whole time. It doesn't bail out. Gives you an opportunity to handle that pitch away.
Good hitting right there. You mentioned Paul about staying inside, talking about him keeping both his hands on. That ball's down and away, driving it up the middle. Nice approach.
Pitch outside.
You see Chavez out in center field trying to fake Swisher out on that play, acting like he has a play on the ball to keep him from getting a good jump, possibly running to third base.
Grounded to third. Beltre has one play. He makes it at first, and the runners move up.
That's not what he had in mind, but obviously it works just like a sacrifice bunt. Moves both runners over. C.J. Wilson is in trouble, in the scoring position.
Cano with an infield single in the second inning. And that's when the Yankees scored their run. He was their run. So now second and third with one out. The infield is back, but they are in at the corners. They're back at short and second. We've got Nick Swisher at third. Does not have blinding speed. Count 1-0.
Talk about Robinson Cano. You look back last night, I'll tell you what, breaking ball in and just hit an absolute rocket.
A 1-0. 1-1. %71% of the time he gets the job done in these situations.
Robinson Cano, that average starting to creep back up close to 300 where he belongs, and it's all about covering the whole plate for Cano. The outside pitch going to left field, the inside pitch, it seems like every time they come in on him, it ends up in the seats. So, you know, the more home runs you hit on inside pitches, I mean, there's scouts here every single day. You hit a couple home runs in a series, that next series you're going to see the ball away a lot more, and vice versa. You start taking care of that ball on the outside part of the plate, then you'll be rest assured that they're going to start coming in. So to be a hitter and cover both sides of the plate, very hard to pitch to.
Well, I was talking to Mike Maddox, the pitching coach for the Rangers. I said, you know, I know you're not going to give me your game plan or your scout report, but the first 2 days, the Yankees have shown that they obviously were hitting.
And I said, any difference? Would maybe change up the game plan. He said, no, it came down to this. Ogando made a lot of mistakes. Earlier part of the game yesterday, Derek Holland was at bad counts, really didn't get to his off speed, his third pitch, his changeup, use it more. So it was really, in his opinion, Mike Maddox, it was about mistakes that the Yankees ended up hitting hard over the fence. Because they've been pounding the Yankee lefties as far as the strategy and scout report.
1-2, swing and a miss. Down on strikes.
Well, that's the pitch to me that doesn't say anything about Robbie's hitting. That to me is just a pitcher getting you out. I mean, you get behind in the count, and that's just a perfect slider. That ball was in the strike zone until the last 6 inches, where it just continually break off the outside corner. So much easier for me up here to give pitcher credit,
because you never did.
Well, as a hitter, you go back and you think, God, I pulled off that ball or this or that. But if you watch the replay, he made a good pitch. Now, did you miss a couple pitches to get to the 2-strike count? That's the big question when you go back to the dugout.
Were you ever able to say, man, that was nasty?
Yeah, but believe me, in years that you play in the major leagues, you are. One pitch, that is unbelievable. That's nasty. But you can count on 2 hands, 10 at-bats or less, that you come back to the dugout and just think, I had absolutely no pitch to hit there. It just doesn't happen that often. I mean, you might get 3 tough pitches, but you've hit every pitch that's considered a strike in your career. But for the ability for a pitcher to throw 3 nasty, unhittable pitches in 1 at-bat, chances aren't very good. So as a hitter, I always felt like I was going to get something to hit, whether I foul it off or that's the big thing. When you go through slumps, when you get your good pitches, you don't put them in play. You end up fouling them off or grounding them to second base or something.
There's a strike to Andrew Jones, 1-1.
It's got to be the same thing when you're out on the mound now and you think, I've got this guy set up, and you think, I threw the pitch I should have. Well, he hit it, but it wasn't the pitch you wanted to throw. It had less break or didn't get to the location you wanted.
I think like anything else, and I know, Paul, you played a long time, that you eventually get to a point in your career, and it's usually, unfortunately for a pitcher, it's when your stuff gets less, when you finally learn how to pitch. I was talking to Mike Maddox a lot about that yesterday, because I haven't seen and played against Greg, his younger brother, future Hall of Famer. He said, isn't that a shame when you're either stubborn, you just either are afraid to listen to introduce other pitches when you do have the plus velocity and put away pitches. But you eventually get to a point when you could get a Paul O'Neill out with not your best slider. You can get a great hitter such as yourself, or anybody who's been a quality major league hitter, with not the on the black paint, knee high, with tremendous movement.
Doesn't always take that.
Yeah.
It's all about wisdom, Mike. Life about wisdom.
I've always said that, Paul. Here's the 3-2 now.
You've gained a lot of it. That's what you're saying?
I had a long way to go, Paul.
Yeah.
Do try to teach on this broadcast, too.
You've taught me a lot.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's all good, but you've taught me a lot.
We've been together a long time.
Good stuff on the air, bad stuff between innings.
Yep.
You got it all.
We've known each other too long. 93. Goodness.
Wow. It is a long time.
It's 18 years.
We probably look better in 93, too. You know that?
No, you look the same.
No. Imagine if one of your interviews in 93 is like, you know what? Someday we're going to be up in the booth together, just doing games, eating together, having a riot.
There's no chance you thought that, Mike.
He would have thrown me away from the locker, Al, if I said that. 3-2. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Jones, so a good comeback there by C.J. Wilson. No runs a hit, no errors, 2 men left. We'll try to learn some things together as we go to the 4th. 1-0 Yankees. where all 4 starting infielders homered in the same game was in 1939. And the question is, who were those infielders, Paul?
I'm not allowed to give you the answer yet.
Yeah, do you have it?
Garrick's got to be one, right?
Garrick in 1939?
Garrick.
Oh.
Garrick.
Josh Hamilton leads off.
Bad guy.
We really have been sniping at each other. We've been together too long on this homestand.
What are you doing? Get out of my stuff.
I'm looking for something. There's a ground ball to second. Cano throws out Hamilton. There's that last swing.
Oh, that happens a lot. A lot of guys that swing through the ball, and you see they release the bat with that one hand. And I tell you what, got a helmet on, but that'll wake you up.
Ooh, ouch. How about this? Andrew Jones not even looking.
Yeah, how about like a sorry?
Yeah.
I mean, never even looked at him.
Not after you just struck out.
Come on, man. You just hit him in the head.
Now, there could be a little bit of bad blood because Andrew Jones was accused yesterday by Yorvi Torrealba of stealing signs at second base. And the Rangers as a team think the Yankees are stealing signs.
You've heard that before, huh, Paul?
See what happens when you score 12 runs and hit a lot of home runs?
There it is.
Torrealba talking to Andrew Jones. You see Edwards like, what are you talking about? Throw the ball over the plate.
Now, Andrew Jones talked to ESPNNewYork.com 1-1, and he said, I certainly didn't appreciate it that much, but that's not an excuse. When their pitcher is leaving pitches over the plate and they're getting hit, they're just trying to make excuses. Those things happen. He's just trying to make excuses because they're getting their butts kicked.
That last line really turned it up, didn't it?
Swing and a miss. Torrealba said, we could all be wrong, but we all could be right. So I decided to say something. I don't take it personally. I don't take any credit away from them. I don't even think they needed to do that. We're making a lot of bad pitches, and they hit a lot of mistakes. That one's punched into right field, a base hit. Michael Young continues his hot hitting against the Yankees. Now, Al, you mentioned something yesterday. I hate, and you'll see this piece of hitting by Michael Young. He's waiting for that breaking ball and then just takes it the other way. But how do you call that cheating? That's not cheating. I mean, that's gamesmanship. There's a completely different thing. I mean, if you've got a telescope over the Mohegan Sun Sports Bar, that's cheating.
Or somebody in the bullpen with a towel, or in some stadiums, once upon a time, there was rumors of lights and different things that were alerting the batter. I agree with you. Look, I think
that one's fouled off the bat of Beltre.
And I said it last night. I played with some guys that if they had a guy at second base and they would go through a sequence of signs, and if they shook, they would tell the catcher, just give me one sign. Well, if you're going to be that dumb to give one sign, and there's a runner at second base that now can see 2 curveball, 1's fastball, 3's a slider, and you could transfer that information if your hitter wants it, that's not cheating. Just like location. If you have a catcher who sets up early, and I used to tell my catcher, set up late, and they're relaying the information that he's setting up early. If they're going to set, you have a right-handed pitcher, and if Russell Martin sets up early inside on Adrian Beltre right now, he's not throwing an inside curveball. There's a 99% chance he's throwing a fastball. And if he does it early enough and there's a way to get it between the lines, that's not cheating.
But how many times as a hitter do I remember that catcher on the inside corner pounding his glove, letting you know he's inside, and then right when he goes in the windup, move outside?
Right, is that cheating?
So, yeah, it goes both ways.
Now, cheating would be peeking. And guys that would get up at bat, and as you set up or putting your signs down, hitters would peek. Literally look at the signs.
All right, now
that'll get you a ball in your back.
But that's between the lines too. How's that cheating? Make sure they don't look. Your catcher has to look to see if he's not looking.
That too, but still, no. You're not. You never.
I was always looking at the pitcher, trying to figure out a release point, and I wasn't concerned about where the catcher is setting up and this and that. And there's good players that were known for that.
The 0-2 from Gordon.
Tom Browning, who was a good pitcher in Cincinnati, always told me that Steve Garvey used to peak a lot. I mean, Steve Garvey's a household name, is a great hitter. And if he asked him, he probably said he didn't. But Tom Browning was just adamant about him peaking, which was driving him crazy. Yeah, he hit him.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, You don't peek at the catcher.
Had to wait on that breaking ball, and Beltre pops it up. Teixeira puts it away. And also for Torrey Allen to stand up the mound and shout at Andrew Jones, that's almost like leaving your car door open every day. And you got a couple dollar bills in the ashtray, and somebody opens the car door and takes it. And so you start yelling at the guy rather than just locking your car door. So if you think that Jones is stealing signs, and change your signs. That's not cheating. It's a terrible word to use.
Still getting through your parallel.
No. We're on the same page. But what a catcher needs to do, if a runner at second base is giving some signs or relaying location, it's really about location. And the pitch away to a righty from a right-handed pitcher, you're still not sure whether it's a slider, curveball, or fastball away. It's the pitch in that you could transfer.
Pitch to Moreland is a strike.
He's really going to the well with that slow curveball, 68, 69 miles an hour. You know, to me, that curveball right there will get you strike one time and time again. And it's not a great curveball, but early in the count, hitcher's so geared up to hit a fastball that if you can throw that little curveball over early in the count, strike one. And then you can't use it again late in the count, because once a hitter's seen it, will adjust to it.
Although he struck out Kinsler and Hamilton on the big curveball.
Right, Kinsler, we talked about.
Kinsler, no, Hamilton, I'm sorry, it was a changeup.
Dead fastball hitter. Kinsler, you'll use that curveball late in the count just because he likes the fastball so much.
1-1. A little bit low. 44 pitches, and 33 of them have been strikes.
Well, I tell you what, Al, your scouting report's right on. I knew not much about him, but your scouting report's right on. He uses all his pitches, in and out, up and down, changes speed. So far, he's done a good job.
It's amazing, a late change of position. Was a position player for about 11 years, decided to give it one more try, and in 5 years he's turned himself into what is now a big league starting pitcher, at least on this June 16th.
We've got a couple of them. Alexi Agondo was a outfielder for the A's. Was a Rule 5 the starter for the first game of this 3-game series. Excellent stuff.
Now, I tell you what, once in a while the pitcher, now this is the pitch he'll get hurt with. You see that? That's a four-seam fastball right down the middle of the plate. Now, he has moved it around. You come back with that time and time again. That's the pitch that guys like this will get hurt with. They don't have overpowering stuff.
2-2. He really waited on that, lined it into right field for a base hit. Nick Swisher will fire the ball into Cano, and it's first and third with 2 outs.
You know, it's funny that he threw that slow curveball twice in the same count. He got strike one with it with no swing. But as a hitter, you've seen it. It's in the back of your mind. That ball's not even a strike. But you've seen that pitch, and you'll adjust to it after you've seen it in the count.
How about some credit for Mitch Moreland here? This is a good pitch. You're talking about, Paul, it being a slow. He's out in front. His hands are back. It's a nice piece of hitting.
I just think every once in a while you go to the well too often with that slow curveball. Guys will make adjustments. If you see that thing and you recognize it the second time around, as you'll see Moreland, it doesn't even have to be, you know, a great strike. You'll make an adjustment to put that ball in play.
David Murphy with an infield single in the second inning. He's 10 for his last 24. Short of time, he's 8 for 16. Fastball's right around 90, and he locates it.
Another thing I never could understand, and you see that Murphy's up there with his sunglasses on. I never felt like you could really pick up the seams on a baseball as well with glasses on, sunglasses. Bernie used to do it. Some guys do it. Works for them.
Grounded, grabbed there by Teixeira. He'll take it himself, and Gordon works out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. We're on the bottom of the 4th. It's 1-0 Yankees. Quit line quiz before last night. The only time in Yankees history where all 4 starting infielders homered in the same game was in 1939. Who were those infielders? And the answer is Babe Dahlgren at first, Joe Gordon at second, Red Rolfe at third, and Frankie Crissetti at short.
Well, that wasn't the one that I was going to come up with.
What was the one?
Gehrig must have been old, huh?
I think Gehrig got ill in 1937.
37?
Yeah. Here's Jorge Posada. No. I think Lou got sick at 39 and then passed away at 41. Yankees are actually going to Chicago, play tomorrow, and the Yankees played in the 1938 World Series against the Cubs, and they swept the Cubs. And Lou Gehrig played in the 38 series, so he.
It's when the Babe called the shot, right?
I was going to say that's that's
32 series.
But that was in Wrigley Field.
Yeah,
so we're talking about the same field.
Because Babe retired last year with the Yankees was 1934. So there's one away. And here's Russell Martin. He's driven in the only run in this game. Pitches outside. Foul back.
Big healthy cut. I'll tell you, if his back's bothered him, that was a good test.
He was in a pretty good mood today before the game, so you assume he's just feeling a lot better.
Look at that.
When he played the other day, he looked stiff, hit into those 2 double plays. Very mechanical. But today, much more fluid. Count 2-1.
Talk about pitching inside. That's a good pitch right there.
It's a great pitch after, especially that 93-mile running 2-seam fastball and the healthy cut.
That ball right there as a hitter gets your attention because it's hard, it's under your hand, something you can't hit, and it gets you away from looking for that ball out over the plate. That's the thing. You see that C.J. Wilson frustrated because he had set up for what he wanted to do, and then if you've set up for a certain pitch and then you throw a ball like he did there, now you're 3-1, and now you're in a dead hitter's count.
And Martin walks.
Good at that. Stood him up, 2-seam away, missed it, as you said, Paul, and comes back with a slider. Took it like saw it all the way.
Nunez fouls one off.
C.J. Wilson, a little different breaking ball, showing a few different velocities, but yesterday Nunez an 0-2 slider. Derek Holland ended up hitting a home run left field. That pitch from C.J. Wilson is a cutter. Yankees make pitchers work, battle, use every pitch they have. A little throw over here to first.
You tell the pitchers that really don't want to throw to first base. They see the throw over, you see their head go down, then you see that move that has no chance of picking anybody off.
Grounded to third. There's one on to first, and they double up the speedy Eduardo Nunez for an around-the-horn 5-4-3 double play. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We played 4 here at the stadium. It's a good one. Yankees won, and the Rangers nothing. Yankees 1-0 over Texas, and both pitchers have kept the baseball in the ballpark. And our guest here in the booth, not thrilled about that. It's Michael Milken, who does such a great job. He's dedicated his life to the Home Run Challenge, the Prostate Cancer Foundation. Michael, great to see you again.
It's great to be with you.
We're really rooting for home runs this week, right?
We would have liked last night's 5 to count.
Oh, that's right.
Well, this whole homestand, I mean, the balls have been flying out right and left. So, every once in a while, the pitcher's got to throw some good pitches. So we'll root for you, though, all right?
Well, we want to see the Yankees come back with 5 home runs in this game. So this is our 16th season. Actually, the Yankees during that period of time have hit 72 home runs, which raised about $1.8 million for prostate cancer research.
Now, how does it work this year, Michael, and how do people get involved?
It works the same as the previous years. There's 4 games for each team. The game today for the Yankees, and any home run hit by either team, people pledge money. Right now we're around $18,000 per home run. So every home run hit would be worth $18,000. And you can go to PCF.org, ProstateCancerFoundation.org, and you can learn a lot about nutrition and things you could do to slow down the growth of prostate cancer, for treatments, and learn all about the Home Run Challenge. Or you can call 1-800-798-CURE. 1-800-798-CURE. And the most famous game of all time in the 16 years took place in Chicago when the Yankees played for the first time since the 1930s, a few years ago. Clemens was going for his 300th. Pryor was on the mound. And the Yankees returned to Wrigley Field, the same as they are going to be tomorrow, which counts, and I'll be there in Wrigley Field tomorrow. And I don't know if you remember that game, but Clemens was up 1-0, and the greatest home run hitter in Home Run Challenge history, Eric Karros, came to bat. He came into the game only because Choi was knocked out. There was a pop fly in front of the mound. Pryor catches the ball, brings his elbow down, knocks out Choi, and out of the dugout comes Eric Karros. There's a runner on first. He hits a home run.
Hit and run right there. Nice recovery by Nunez, but he can't get anybody. So first and second, nobody out.
Eric Karros hits his 15th home run, and unfortunately Clemens doesn't get his 300th. But tickets are going for $1,500 a seat at Wrigley Field for that game. I think that was the first time the Yankees have played there since Babe Ruth.
Hey, if you need tickets, call Michael. He can hook you up.
Yeah.
20, 30 tickets, no problem. Yeah.
So that was today. The person that has tied Eric Karros, Alex Rodriguez, with 15 home runs, is now tied for the lead over these 16 years.
Here's Ian Kinsler, first and second, nobody out. On the top of the 5th inning, Brian Gordon in a little bit of a jam here. That one's fouled away. Michael, where are we in terms of prostate cancer? Are we closer to finding any kind of cure?
We are definitely a lot closer. First, the death rate from projected levels has fallen by 50%. So if you project that worldwide, that's about 1 million men that are with their families, normal, active lives today. And the #1 program in the world is really this awareness program, which ends on Father's Day with everybody wearing their blue, particularly the announcers in the booth, reminding people to get checked for prostate cancer.
That one is driven to left field. Giving chase Andrew Jones. He can't get there. It's going to fall in. He cuts it off before it goes to the wall. A run will score as Teagarden scores the tying run. And now runners on second and third, nobody out, and the game is knotted at 1. So Kinsler picks up an RBI double.
Well, the very pitch that he struck out on his previous at bat, as you were saying, Paul, these Texas Ranger hitters haven't seen Gordon hear this little curveball down. Ended up reaching the pitch that he ended up striking out on, looking for it. Nice piece of hitting, pulling it past there. Andrew Jones making a nice effort to bring that ball in, making sure Chavez didn't think about scoring.
We really hate to see Texas score anyway, but if they're going to score on home runs, it's a lot easier than
better for everybody.
A series of hits here, that's for sure.
Here's Elvis Andrus. Yankees have the infield back, except at the corners. Breaking balls outside. How much have we raised so far?
We've raised last year $2.3 million from the Home Run Challenge, but we have other programs that match. So we've raised almost $50 million, all of which goes for research. But with 1 in 6 men going to be diagnosed with prostate cancer, 1 in 2 men are diagnosed with some form of cancer, and 1 in 3 women. It's something that affects every family. And today, with new treatments and early detection, the death rate has really dropped, and we estimate, we think by 2016 we are going to pretty much eliminate prostate cancer as cause of death in America, and hopefully eventually cause of death and suffering. So there's been enormous research, and more money has been pumped into the New York area with the research centers here, whether it be Columbia, whether it be Memorial Sloan Kettering, New York Presbyterian, Cornell, than any other city in the world today.
So for the 16 years of this home run challenge, how much has baseball raised?
$50 million.
$50
million from home runs and support from fans and programs that have gone on that culminate on Father's Day. The idea was keep Dad in the game, and my little jersey here has Dad on it, and that was the theme. Come out to the ballpark with your father, with your grandfather, and remind them to get checked for prostate cancer. Enjoy the great American pastime.
Here's the 1-2 to Andrus, and he swings and misses. A big strikeout for Gordon. And there's now 1 away. And there's the sleeve that Michael's talking about with Dad on the side.
So
there we go.
Dad.
So this is our official jersey, and traveling with us this year for the first year is Joe Torre. So he was managing the previous 15 years.
Yeah, I just saw Joe here today. He's in a sling from rotator cuff surgery, but he was, one of the guys that went through that battle, and obviously was a big part of my life afterwards, and a lot of the Yankee fans too.
That is true, and our home run ambassador is Tommy Lasorda, who's traveled with me for 16 years. They're both in the ballpark today, and they both have problems with their elbows. So we've got both of our leaders here with some elbow issues. But Joe, it's great. Joe gets to go for the first time to 2 or 3 ball games a day. Usually you only got to go to 1 game a day. So this afternoon, after the Yankees win, we're headed out to Washington for the game between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Washington team.
Well, you talk about screenings and things, and I hear ballpark age groups where you should start. I mean, is there an official age where you should start with these screenings?
I would say any family history of anyone, an uncle, and father, grandfather, brother, first cousin, 40. African American, 40. Unfortunately, they have a substantially higher incidence of prostate cancer and a substantially higher death rate. And I would say anyone else no later than 50. You'd like to say, boy, we've got a disease here where you can take a simple blood test, and you wish you had that for all diseases. You take a simple blood test that gives you an indication, an early warning system. Now, by going to the website pcf.org, you can learn a lot about what we learned in nutrition. We funded over 100 programs worldwide, and there's things you could do, like cook tomatoes and broccoli and other things that potentially slow down the growth of prostate cancer. So something you might have had in your 50s, you might have get in your 70s. And so there are a lot of things we have learned, and I think with the support of Major League Baseball, the period of time we have found that most men get checked is the 30 days after Father's Day. So obviously they're going to the ballpark, they're listening to you, watching you on television, and remembering to get a simple blood test. And science has changed so much in the last year for all cancer research. It was the best year in the history of the world for cancer research last year. Not just prostate cancer, but breast cancer and colon cancer and many other things. We found out in the last 2 years there's 24 types of prostate cancer. There's 8 types of breast cancer. Now, and so we used to treat everyone as if every disease was the same. In adult leukemia, the death rates dropped probably by 50% by just treating it as 2 different forms of leukemia. Some treatments worked on one, some worked on the other, and once we identified what that individual had, the outcome was substantially better. And so we're learning substantially more about the individual cancer that you have and how we treat it.
Well, the Yankees intentionally walk Hamilton to load the bases. The count goes to 1-2 on Michael Young. We're talking to Michael Milken about the home run challenge. And if you want more information, you have to go to pcf.org or 1-800-798-CURE. Again, 1-800-798-2873. And the website is on your screen as well as the number. You see the bases loaded. Game is tied at 1. Top of the 5th inning. Now, I've been talking to you, Michael, for the 10 years of the existence of Yes. And I remember maybe 9 or 10 years ago, you said that you felt in our lifetime we could eradicate cancer altogether. Is that still?
I believe in this decade we will eradicate it as a cause of death.
Popped up. Cano will put it away for the second out. So that means if you get cancer, it's going to be able to be taken care of.
There are 13 million Americans living normal, healthy lives today who've had cancer. And I think, people hear the word, the big C. What does it mean? And what it means today is if you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer, it might change your lifestyle, but it's probably not going to be life-threatening. And I think that is the promise of what we've done here, and not just here, but our Faster Cures group in Washington for all life-threatening diseases is trying to make them chronic diseases, not life-threatening. It is estimated by 2020 we'll have over 20 million Americans alive and well who've had cancer at some point in their life.
Brian Gordon deals to Beltre, and there's a strike. Now, you're a survivor yourself. I mean, it's an amazing story how much time that you've given to this. You've almost made it your life's work.
Well, for me, they gave me 12 to 18 months to live in 1993. So I'm sure the happiest person to be here in the ballpark today. But so many others can tell you that story, not just myself. Even if it's been caught late, there were 4 new drugs approved in just the last 12 months, some which have little to no side effects. We had a situation here at Yankee Stadium a number of years ago with Joe Torre. They're going to go for an out here.
Yes, they are. It's a large one here, too. Yeah. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 strikes.
Gordon in his first real jam. Now he wants Martin to go through the signs.
One of the things that's amazing, we are going to see 21 ballparks here in a few days. How many Yankee caps, shirts you see throughout Major League Baseball, no matter what city you're in.
The 0-2. Just stays alive. Got a piece.
Do you think the catcher could have caught that, or was it impossible?
Wow, it was fouled off. So
I know that.
Nothing's impossible, Michael. Oh no, it just got the web.
It's not like a catcher can react to something. It's kind of the luck of the draw if that ball stays in your glove.
Well, it's when the Yankee fans, I know growing up, myself in Los Angeles, myself and my brother with Mickey Mantle and the team. In many ways, it's the country's team. And looking at this beautiful ballpark really makes you feel that this is baseball, the American pastime.
The 0-2 stays alive.
And that was really the idea behind this program. A lot of other sporting events, you really can't talk to anyone during. Try to talk to someone, when you're in a basketball game or a hockey game. The people around you think you're crazy. What are you doing? Here, you can actually come out and spend time talking to the person you went to the game with. We really wanted someone to remind the fathers to get checked, and that's how it started.
Michael, that's a problem up here because we have way too much time. We got to talk with Michael. You know that?
Oh, breaking ball. Beltre could not get out of the way, and that's going to force in a run.
Second time today, Al. He's used that breaking ball and gone to hit people with it.
Well, hit Elvis Andrus, second batter. Look, you get in a situation. Obviously, he's got a chance to get out of this, getting the key pop up to Michael Young, and then that backup curveball. Same exact pitch he did in first inning to Andrus.
See Russell Martin almost pointing to him like he did that on purpose, which I don't believe. And a lot of hitters, your natural reaction is to get out of the way. But, you see a curveball and sometimes you'll lean into or whatever. But I don't think that was the case there.
Well, you'd be more inclined to stay in there longer for a 68-mile-an-hour curveball than you would.
Oh, yeah. You might have a time to adjust for that one. That 95 at your neck, they usually don't
getting out of the way.
You usually don't think much.
He had worked his way out of that jam. It was just sad to see that.
You see those pitchers battle and battle to get to those 2 outs. And we've talked about it numerous times how those 2-out runs are the ones that usually end up changing the game.
Well, Larry Rothschild has to go to the phone, get somebody ready in the bullpen. 74 pitches for Brian Gordon. And we're here in the 5th inning with 2 outs. Bases still loaded. And Moreland will pop it up. Granderson is there. And that will do it. Thanks a lot, Michael. Best of luck the rest of the weekend in your travels and obviously in this great cause.
And we'll be looking for the wristbands on Father's Day.
Sounds great. Sounds great. We'll give you the numbers, and that's how you donate. 2-1. Rangers now lead. Ultimate and Entertainment on the Ultimate Network. BIOS and Network ahead. Freddie Garcia against Doug Davis. Doug Davis looking for his first win. Garcia 5-5. Our coverage begins at 1:30 from Wrigley Field with the pregame show, and then first pitch is right around, I guess, 2:20, and we'll come on the air about 2:10. So they got a nice long pregame show. Bob Lorenz and the guys. Ken Singleton and John Flaherty will join me at Wrigley. Be a good time for all. The 0-1 to Ramiro Pena. He tries to check his swing. He cannot. Goes around the count 0-2. Well, you watch that top inning, and obviously Gordon ran into some trouble, but still got it done.
Oh, you know what? After the Michael Young pop-up, you're saying, okay, he's got a shot here, and then he gets 0-2. And Adrian Beltre getting hit by that curveball. Frustrating. Especially now, it looks like C.J. Wilson settling in a little. Well-pitched ball game on both sides.
Something about those good starters, and Wilson, you consider him one of the real good starters in the league, that all of a sudden they get that lead and it's like they smell that victory or something. They seem to find a way to find their stuff a little bit more, realizing a 2-1 game that you might not get anymore, and you've got to pitch to that count and try to keep the Yankees at bay here.
C.J. Wilson, 15-game winner last year. In the last 2 years, in his starts, 33-14, the Rangers record, 700 winning percentage. So he knows how to win, keep his team in the game, battle.
The 2-2. Pena's working the count full. Pena struck out in the second inning. Nick Swisher is on deck. Bottom of the 5th here at the stadium. It's 2-1 Rangers. Foul the bat.
get bad out here. You just get a couple runs, and now you've got full count on the leadoff hitter. The last thing you want to do is get something going. And
well, the real last thing you want to do is walk him. This is it. He attacked that last pitch. Payne's just going to get another fastball here.
Checked his swing, popped it up, and it's out of play.
Looked like he swung at ball 4. This late movement here now. This is a foot down. Yeah, that ball's high. But he's able to foul it off, fight it off.
Strike 3, Pena down looking.
Join Derek Jeter on the road to his next milestone. Become a Yankees Universe rookie member and receive a limited edition Derek Jeter bobblehead. Universal Rookie Package members will also receive a Yankees Universe t-shirt, which I've seen a few of these, a customized membership card, and more. Join Yankees Universe today by calling 800-GO-YANKS or by visiting yankees.com/universe. I always get worried when I read the words. No, I got okay with the words, but the computer, the .com things, because I don't know all the symbols and stuff, and you can really butcher those up.
He's got to know www.
Yeah, but there's little A's with circles around them,
periods,
and all kinds of stuff. Periods,
commas,
slash, yeah, backslash.
A's with circles around them.
You can mess those
exclamation
up now.
points, question marks, simple.
Now, Paul, this is the end of a Ripken type streak for you. 10 games in a row. How you dealing?
Good. Looking about. It's gone so quick too.
Really has, right?
Yeah, as far as from a fan's point of view, and that's what I've become a fan here. I've been here 10 days. Home runs, exciting games, and it got off to a bad start, from Yankee fan standpoint with Boston. Yankees are playing well. Exciting to come in here during Derek Jeter's little quest, but that's been put on hold, so we're just going to keep tuning in.
And you're back on Monday in Cincinnati, Yankees Reds.
That's right.
And it's going to be 95, 96, and 97 on those 3 days, so Chamber of Commerce is probably thrilled.
You know what? I guarantee it will not affect the attendance. Cincinnati people are looking forward to seeing the pinstripes go into Cincinnati, Ohio.
Pitch inside to Granderson, who's 2 for 2 against Wilson. And also, we shouldn't dismiss the fact that Al has worked 6 out of 10 days. Also,
was that like intentional, or did Kenny was up here for 4 days? Did he have enough of us in 4 days and went to the studio for a couple, or
pretty much? And Granderson gets plunked with a breaking ball.
The breaking balls have a lot of hits batsmen, but they've all been slow breaking balls today.
Beltre got a RBI out of it. Swisher breaking ball. Andrews.
Two home runs for Teixeira yesterday, his 20th and 21st. And that gave him as many home runs as Granderson. And here are teammates with 20 more home runs for the first 66 games. Take another look because the names are impressive. Ruth and Garrigan 27, Ruth and Garrigan 30, Maris and Mantle at 61, and this year with Granderson and Teixeira. Ground ball to short. Andres will go to second, and that will do it here in the 5th inning for the Yankees. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. We've played 5. It's 2-1 Texas. Would you rather attend? Now, you've been texting us at 58772. They did not add O'Neill's extra categories.
That is ridiculous.
53% say day games. O'Neill's.
I read it. I added a couple. I want to know, when you come to the game, you want a day game, night game? Do you want a shutout or do you want a blowout? Talk about having no pull up there.
You know why? I guess it was an adjustment thing. They didn't make the adjustment. It's like they were sitting fastball. You threw a break ball, they couldn't adjust.
Life's about adjustments. If you get a fastball, you got a curveball, you got to adjust to it immediately, right, Al?
I did when I gave it to you.
Yeah, see, he didn't like his first at bat, took his sunglasses off. We talked about that earlier. Might pick up the ball a little bit better. Although it's not shade. It's real bright sunshine right now.
David Murphy walks to lead off the 6th. Now, Paul, you asked a question of Al in the previous inning. And there's Hector Noesi warming up, and you said, was this scheduled or was Kenny here and then just got sick of us?
And just had enough and went to the studio.
So Kenny got this message to me. Not true, Paul. You guys are the best. I would have sent this to Paul, but he said he does not know how to use his phone. Kenny, he knows how to use his phone just fine.
Yeah.
But he does know that you know how to use your phone very well.
Oh,
what's wrong with it?
This guy's phone blows up the whole game, and he never misses a trick out here. You know, talent, true talent.
Thank you, Paul. Got to be in constant contact with people, Al.
People do pick up a lot of stuff.
Yes, people could give you information.
Jack Curry.
You're not exactly a shrinking violet when it comes to a phone. Because not only do you get messages, you get threads. You know, it's like long books people write you.
That's the bad thing about the razor. You got to just keep pushing to scroll down the thing. It's not an easy do.
Run goes. Swan missed the throw to second. Nailed it.
I'll tell you what, the catcher's throwing percentages are going up today. Also, Martin, again, good throw to second base. Caught Murphy trying to steal.
Coming out of the chute, popping it. Watch Robinson Cano's head, basically headbutt Murphy. Could have been worse.
Teagarden fouls it back. The 1-2. Our producer Bill Baldwin just checked out the history of your phone, and they literally stopped producing them in 2007.
I went retro. Just brought it back out a little bit.
Yeah, but if something goes wrong with that, there's no parts left to fix it. It's like having a Model T. The 2-2. Driven out to right field. And that is going to be over the head of Nick Swisher. He plays it up the base of the wall and fires it in. So a single out the wall by Taylor Teagarden.
Going the other way after missing with a fastball in. Nice little piece of hitting there from Taylor Teagarden, staying on the baseball long, not pulling off, driving that ball to right field. Swisher makes a nice play, getting that carom off the wall.
You know, as an outfielder, that you know, if you get a good carom with the catcher hitting, you can keep him at first.
Well, Joe Girardi's going to take the ball from Brian Gordon, and Gordon's going to get a nice hand for a job well done. Acquitted himself well, leaves a runner on first base with one out here in the top of the sixth inning. Threw, I believe, 84 pitches, and not a bad outing. As Joe Girardi makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T, and he's going to bring in the youngster Hector Noesi. Those are the numbers on Noesi in 15 in the third innings, 11 hits, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts, a 1.76 ERA. So before we talk about Noesi, Al, give me your thoughts on Gordon's performance.
You know what, Michael? I think he's got to be pleased, as you just said, and certainly Larry Rothschild and everybody with the Yankee organization, not knowing what they were going to get. I mentioned about a guy's 4-pitch pitcher here. He just really, unfortunately for him, the hit batsman of Adrian Beltre potentially cost him a 1-0 ball game right now. I was impressed. Threw a lot of strikes, 4 different pitches, had an effective curveball.
Chavez 1 for 2 against Gordon. Noesi deals. High fly ball, left field. Andrew Jones for the second out.
I mean, you still have that feeling of, I know right through his mind, he's looking at the scoreboard and thinking about that 5th inning and the pitch count being up, and I'm sure so much has been through his mind and body at getting here to Yankee Stadium and having a start against his old team.
And
yes,
2 runs scored in the 5th, and 1 of them on a hit by pitch on a breaking ball with the bases loaded.
I'm sure he's satisfied but frustrated because of how that inning played out.
Pitch to Kinsler is a strike. Filling in for the injured Bartolo Colon. This would have been Bartolo's slot. And if he stays in the rotation, he'll get a chance to use his hitting skills when he starts in Cincinnati. No DH in the National League ballparks. Rounded foul.
How about that come around? Guys, 3,800 at bats in the minor leagues. Maybe get a National League start.
I forgot that aspect of going to the National League Park, and that was always a big thing. The week before, the pitchers would start taking batting practice, getting ready for the interleague play. You get a true feel, Al. I mean, did you like hitting, or was it much easier just to worry about pitching?
I liked hitting, or I couldn't hit, but I liked the idea of getting in the box, facing guys that I've seen, watched on television, see what my teammates have to deal with. I was talking to C.J. Wilson about that yesterday. He apparently was a good hitter.
Grounded to third, knocked down by Pena, goes to short way. They get the force, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1 Rangers.
Mitch Modell found out about it, help him raise another $250,000. He calls it Hype for Heroes campaign. I mean, unbelievable thing he's doing right now.
Mitch Modell, of course, the owner of Modell Sporting Goods. And you can make donations to this cause to Wish Upon a Hero Foundation.org. Again, Wish Upon a Hero Foundation.org.
He's aided over 40 military families with this hike, and stories like that are, especially here in New York, where people are really heartfelt about what has happened in this country in the past 10 years. It's a great story.
Milken is an Iraq War veteran himself, and he's raising this money and creating awareness for veterans.
You did say 7,000.
Close to 7,000 miles.
Jeez.
Some of the things that Mr. Yoakum has done, he's been known to pay mortgages. He's got cars for active veterans, help children of veterans. So really does a nice job and getting a little publicity through what Mitchell Modell's trying to do with him here, and shows how you can get involved as well.
We talked about Robbie Cano, how he can handle lefties, but C.J. Wilson's not your typical lefty, Al. I mean, he's got good stuff. He struck him out with an unhittable breaking ball last time up, and as a hitter, you go up there and you don't want to get in that 2-strike count again because you know he's capable of throwing that pitch. Ooh, there it was again. He just took it.
A rare walk from Robinson Cano. What a good at bat. He is not your typical left-handed pitcher. C.J. Wilson's showing all of his pitches. Settled in somewhat.
So that's the tying run on base, a walk to Robinson Cano, and that's going to bring up Andrew Jones. Jones has walked and struck out. Yankees trail 2-1. They're trying to sweep this 3-game set, and if they win this game, they would be 6-4 on their 10-game homestand. That's after going 0-3, starting the homestand against Boston.
Al, you talked to Mike Maddox, and he just thought how good a stuff the first couple pitchers had, and it was all basically mistakes. It wasn't that the Yankees are anything more or less than a good hitting team, and you've got to really agree with him now because C.J. Wilson to this point kept him to 1 run.
You know, and I think Mike Maddox certainly he's not going to reveal a whole lot to me, but the idea of being supportive of your pitchers that have good stuff, as you say that. There's no doubt about it. Ogondo coming in, he was undefeated 7-0. Derek Holland, I know that he struggled against the Yankees career-wise. Very good arm, as well as Wilson today. A little different theme for the Texas Rangers, and I think they're scuffling a little bit right now, especially offensively. And pitching starting-wise, of course, the way the 2 first starters went out. But they have some arms, not just trick guys. Guys that'll come after you.
There's a breaking ball strike in the count 1-2. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
You know, right when I got here to the Yankees, there was this kind of unwritten rule. There was one chain rule. You could only wear one necklace chain. I don't know if C.J. Wilson could pitch with the Yankees.
Andrew Jones swings and misses.
The double chain on.
That's it. Fighting.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. It looks like
the magnetic. That's pretty in vogue now in baseball. Players.
Yeah. Lock a bicycle tire up with that thing in case it doesn't work on the magnetic end.
Here's Jorge Posada, wrapped into a double play and struck out. Well, when Hideki Araba was here, he used magnets.
Right.
Little magnets all over his body. Did you ever get into the magnet aspect?
You know what? I remember having my arm or something, and his interpreter at the time gave me a couple. I don't know if they worked, but I mean, the first time he walked through the.
That one is drilled deep to left center field. That's going to be trouble. Splits the outfielders, and it rolls to the wall. Cano will round third. He'll score. It's an RBI double for Posada, and the Yankees have tied the game at 2. 9-game hitting streak for Jorge Posada.
And the big thing here is Jorge Posada drove this ball, and he drove it right-handed. I mean, the big question lately is he's been swinging the bat great, but is he going to turn around right-handed? This ball was belted to left center field. Really good sign for the New York Yankees.
Let's take a look at the IOTV HD Super Shot.
That ball cut on the inside part of the plate. And you're right, Paul. From the right side, he hasn't been as good this year. It'll be 3 hits into this hit right here with the double. Maybe get something going, not only for Posada, but the Yankees as well.
So Posada has really turned his year around. And here is Russell Martin inside.
You saw that picture in the dugout of Gordon, and I don't know that we gave him enough credit. I mean, he had an opportunity with bases loaded to really give up a big inning, and he made a couple pitches, got a couple big outs. I think Joe Girardi was thrilled with only giving up 2 runs to the Texas Rangers.
Well, he was sitting on a potential loss, now no decision. I think they got more than they figured. Maybe if they got 5 innings, 2 runs. A frustrating way to give up the 2 runs.
Next time out, I think if he looks at the tape, he's going to get away from throwing the too many curveballs in the same count to a few hitters. I mean, curveball was very successful for him early, but when you start throwing it 2 and 3 times to the same hitter, you're going to start hitting it. He stayed ahead early in the game. He got out of that big jam, so mission accomplished.
The 1-2.
It's a good take right there. Russell Martin fought off a few pitches in his previous at bat. Got a walk. First pitch, got the big 2 out base hit to get the Yankees on the board after Posada's double play ball. Just on that take there, you see certain breaking balls that are out of the zone. When guys don't look fooled and they're out in their front foot, it tells me they're very comfortable and balanced.
Grounded right side. Kinsler for the second out as Posada moves to third.
I tell you what, even running out of the box, you can tell Russell Martin just feels better. I mean, he wasn't, Michael, you touched on it, wasn't moving at all. He's had a couple good at-bats early in the game. Tried to go to right field here, but you just see everything looks natural there. Running well. The other night he was really struggling when he tried to get back into the lineup.
All right, 2 down, and here is Eduardo Nunez. Restart to E5 in the second, wrapped into a 5-4-3 double play in the fourth. Go-ahead run is at third base. That's Jorge Posada. Game is tied at 2. And a strike.
That is that borderline pitch. As a hitter, you hate it. As a pitcher, you love it. Not much you can do with that pitch.
Count 1-1. C.J. Wilson with 95 pitches. Foul the other way.
Oh, Michael, back to your point about Arabu and the little magnets. They look like little Band-Aids.
Yeah.
And they had a little magnet. And the first time he's walking in there to the training room without his shirt, like, what's wrong with this guy? He's got like Band-Aids all over him. I thought he had a rash or something. But come to know that they were little magnets that tried to help his throwing, his soreness, try to get the soreness out.
1-2. Grounded sharply to third. Beltre stays with a tough hop and gets Nunez for the final out of the inning. But the Yankees tie the score. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 man left. 6 in the books. It's a 2-2 game. brought to you in part by J&R Music and Computer World. And by Toyota, the official hybrid of the New York Yankees. Cadillac scoreboard. It's all knotted at 2. 2-7-1 and 2-6-0 for the Yanks. We go to the 7th inning. Hector Noesi got the final 2 outs of the 6th. There's a strike. So Brian Gordon will not get a decision in his first big league start. 5 1/3 innings, and he allowed 2 runs. Noesi is going to be more, not a short reliever, but Girardi's looking for him to give 2 innings, maybe 3. He doesn't want him to be his long man. So they like his stuff. Pitch outside.
These are borderline pitches. You see Joe Girardi chirping in there. Where is that? It's got to be outside, but
that one is driven into right center field. It's going to be a base hit, and Granderson will play it off the wall. So a double for Elvis Andrus to start off the 7th. Hey, this season, Yes has post-game coverage of every Yankees game. So this Saturday and Sunday, turn to Yes after the nationally broadcast Yankees-Cubs games for comprehensive insight and analysis with Yankees Extra Innings presented by Tri-State Ford. Saturday and Sunday after the games, only on Yes. So Saturday's game on Fox, Sunday's game at night on ESPN, and right after those games, boom, Yankee Extra Inning. Here's Josh Hamilton. They're going to intentionally walk him for the 2nd time. They did that a lot in the postseason, and it didn't work out that well as the Yankees ended up losing the ALCS. But they walked him intentionally in the 5th, and a batter later, Beltre got hit with a pitch. So they are walking Hamilton to pass the baton to Michael Young. So far today, Young is 1 for 3. One more pitch out of the zone, and Hamilton will take first intentionally. And let's check out the Home Depot hitter scouting report on Michael Young.
Michael Young, I'll tell you what, he's been with the Rangers for a while, so if you're accustomed to seeing him, you're right. He's been there a long time. New York spotlight. I mean, he's hit safely in all 17 career games, including the postseason in the current Yankee Stadium. Returned to form. I mean, he was a 6-time All-Star from 04 to 09. He has 3 home runs so far this season, but he came into the game hitting .306. Franchise leader. Anytime you say that, you know you've been with the team for a while. Leads the franchise in hits all time and also in games played.
There's a grounder to 3rd. There's one. Under first, a double play. A 5-3 double play started by Ramiro Pena. And Andrus is out at 3rd as Hamilton moves to 2nd.
Wow, that's a great feeling for Noesi and the Yankees when you intentionally walk somebody, say, okay, I want that ground ball. Obviously setting it up. Nice play from Pena. A little cherry to hop right to him. Across the diamond to share a nice play.
Well, Michael Young, one of the best situational hitters you have on the Texas Rangers, had a couple big at-bats today right here with the double play. Time before with bases loaded, didn't get the guy in from 3rd base. So good hitters even have bad days.
Now Michael Young today is 1 for 4 with that one hit. He's now hit safely in his last 18 regular season road games against the Yankees. Al Kaline and Wally Joyner have the longest such streaks over the last 75 years, and they both have 18. So Michael Young has tied them. The 0-1. Strike. Good fastball on the outside corner.
A little sidewinder there, Al. That tough pitch to hit for a righty. Ends up on the knees on the outside corner.
I like Noesi's arm action. Very loose. And Logan warming up. Whippy just come right at these hitters.
The 0-2. Breaking ball drilled deep to center field. Going back, Granderson. He's still back, and he makes the play for the final out of the 7th. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base at the end of 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Rangers and the Yankees are tied at 2, but we'll stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
As we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
A little bit later on after this one's over, but who knows when it's going to end. It's 2-2 bottom of the 7th on the Cadillac scoreboard. C.J. Wilson still there. And Wilson will face 9-1-2 in the Yankee order. Pena, Swisher, and Granderson. Last 9 games, the Rangers club ERA is 7.51. Today, obviously, much lower, 2 runs over 6 innings. That's a 3 ERA. Pena has struck out twice against Wilson. And a strike.
You look at the game and the box scores out, and you look at the scoreboard, 2-2. And you look at the Yankees are very fortunate to have a couple runs off Wilson, where the Rangers kind of let the Yankees kind of let the. I got this mixed up now.
The Rangers
kind of let the Yankees off the hook when that inning with bases loaded. So, you know, if you're on the bench with the Yankees, you're feeling like we're in this game. It's a good game. We got an opportunity to win it. We haven't had our big inning yet. Texas had an opportunity to really put up a big number and didn't do it.
You see the last 4 starts for C.J. Wilson, 3-0, 2.28. Way high. And Al mentioned this on the scouting report. This guy's going to be a free agent. And if you look at the pitchers that are due to be available this offseason, he's one of the best. He is going to get a big load of money. Left-hander.
Interesting guy, Michael. He's into a lot of things. Some of the rap on him is that he outthinks himself. He's into Aikido, karate. Here's a guy that was a hitter. He was an outfielder at Loyola Marymount University. You know, he transformed his career really when the Rangers needed a starter last year, and they said, "We think you can do it."
Grounded sharply to second. Kinsler. 1 out.
From Southern California, Newport Beach. Likeable guy.
Did he call you Al or did he call you Mr. Leiter?
Come here. Yeah. Say, hey, that's the broke down lefty. He throws through a lot of cutters. Come here.
Here's Nick Swisher. Single, hit by a pitch, and struck out. Pitch outside. After the game, the Yankees head to Chicago, and tomorrow begin the 3-game set. 6 interleague games in National League ballparks, and you wonder what will become of Jorge Posada in those 6 games. Does he become a pinch hitter each day? Because you're not going to sit down Mark Teixeira. Maybe he'll get a start behind the plate, but that's probably doubtful. So you might not see that much of Jorge over the next 6 games. I always thought that in interleague play, since one league has a DH and one league doesn't, it might be fun that when you play the National League games, in National League cities, have the DH there. That one's grounded to short. Because those fans don't see that type of baseball. And then when you play the games in the American League cities, then let the pitchers hit to give the fans a different opportunity to see a game they usually don't see.
It is a neat idea. And back when, interleague started, I think there would be a huge advantage to an American League team because you had guys that were just DHs. Chili Davis, Paul Molitor, guys that were great at what they did. But today, I think it almost be fair because you don't have a lot of just true DHs anymore. You have a lot of guys that use the DH spot now to give guys rest.
Edgar Martinez, first guy to come to mind there.
Well, what are the Red Sox going to do with David Ortiz? I mean, that's an important part of their lineup. They're not taking out Adrian Gonzalez.
No.
So he's sitting on the bench for
I don't think he'll be playing center field either.
Nope. They become pinch hitters. They become a DH once a day.
Well, you mentioned that Paul Molitor. That was a situation in '93 when I was with the Blue Jays going into Philadelphia for Game 3, 4, 5 in the World Series. He put Molitor in the game at third base.
He's having such a great series, too. I mean, you need bats like that in the lineup.
But as you say, Michael, David Ortiz is a perfect example. Not just a player, an integral part of the middle of your lineup.
Yep.
Huge part of your offense.
Been hot. He's been huge this year. And it's a shame in Jorge's sense because this is as good as he's been at the plate all year. I mean, when we start this homestand, he was still under 200. Mm-hmm. And, he's got big hits. Just threw up another one right-handed out in the left center gap. You can only play 9. You can only play 8 and a pitcher when you get to those National League cities. It's just the way it is.
Swing and a miss, and Granderson down on strike. So Wilson works a strong 1, 2, 3, 7th inning. We're taking this baby to the 8th. It's tied at 2. player of the game. Text your vote to 58772, or you can vote online at yesnetwork.com. Today's candidates are number 1, Brian Gordon, number 2, C.J. Wilson, number 3, Jorge Posada, number 4, Robinson Cano. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. Nice crowd here at Yankee Stadium on a Thursday afternoon. We go to the 8th inning, green tied at 2, another Yankee pitcher. And this is David Robertson's turn here in the 8th.
What a year he's having so far. Now with Jabba down, being the setup guy to Mariano. Excellent numbers across the board. How about this? Only 3 earned runs in this 29 appearances. 43 strikeouts, 26 innings. Absolute domination.
Hyundai scoreboard, it's 2-2. They'll face 6, 7, and 8 in the Ranger order, starting with Mitch Moreland. There's a strike.
Reminds me of the way he pitches. I mean, not stuff-wise or anything like that, but how he gets into trouble and how he gets out of trouble. Michael, you remember with John Wetland. I mean, he used to make things exciting, but always found a way to get out of it.
Count 1-1. Well, he tends to throw a lot of pitches. Number 1, because he walks people. And number 2, because he strikes out people. And you see his splits there. You strike out people, that's a minimum of 3 pitches you're going to throw. And I asked Joe Girardi, do you want him to change his approach? Because now as the 8th inning guy, you need him ready and fresh. Maybe 3 days in a row. He said, nope, I just want to get out. So I don't want him to change the way he pitches. 2-1. That's right.
There are certain guys where we look at the radar rating as we do every game. You see the velocity of pretty much every pitch. That it'll be an impressive number, but guys get good swings on it. I think Robertson is, the ball shoots out like a cannon. It's got a sneaky, quick velocity to it.
Slow roller to Cano. He gets the hustling Moreland for the first out.
And there's nothing sneaky about 94, 95, but just a nice delivery and then pow.
I don't know if he did that intentionally, but you saw that last fastball. Usually he throws a four-seamer. That ball had a cut on it. And that ball got in on Moreland, who's had good swings all day today.
No, he's been throwing more of it, Paul. Since sitting down there, how could you not? Watch this ball cut. Just keep boring in. Looks just like a fastball. Moreland, good-looking young hitter. Not able to pull his hands in enough.
There's David Murphy, and he chops one to second. Cano gets a nice room service hop. 2 outs. So 6 pitches, 2 outs, much to the delight of Larry Rothschild. Joe Girardi likes it as well. Here's Taylor Teagarden. He's 1 for 2 with a walk and scored one of the 2 Ranger runs. Pitch inside. He's steady at 93, but throwing harder this year. He'll occasionally get up to 95, 96. That was something we didn't see the last couple of years. There's a strike.
It's amazing how you gain a couple miles an hour on your fastball, and it's usually because of arm speed and mechanics. Everything's right, and your curveball and your breaking ball become better because everything is released a little bit quicker. More spin on the curveball, more power on the fastball.
Popped up behind the plate and out of play.
You mentioned about Girardi, Michael, about how he cares about the outing so long as he gets zeros out of Robertson. The careful balancing act will be to make sure you don't overuse him. Obviously, for any reliever, 29 games. Now he's 30 games. And we're a little over a third of the way. Last year he was at 64 games. To maintain that stuff that you're talking about. Because, look, a reliever, they go out often not with their best stuff. Which makes a guy like Robertson, because of his, that you mentioned that cut fastball, that last one cut as well. and a very good curveball. He's got 3 or 4 weapons. You know, relievers, the reason why you become a reliever, not a closer, but either a setup guy or a middle guy, is that, you know, you really didn't have that third pitch as a starter. Most relievers are 2-pitch pitchers.
Swing and a miss. An 11-pitch inning for David Robertson as he retires the Rangers in order. 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the 8th at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Yankees 2 and the Rangers 2 on Yes. Bob Lorenz and Ken Singleton bring you the highlights and analysis from this game and around the rest of the major leagues. Plus, Kim Jones talks to the team from the clubhouse. It's all coming up later on the postgame, only on Yes. 110 pitches. C.J. Wilson still out there as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And the heart of the Yankee order on the Hyundai scoreboard, it's 2-2. We'll see Teixeira, Cano, and Andrew Jones.
Starting to sense a big ending for the Yankees in this game, either this inning or next inning now.
110 pitches, you know, it says a lot about what Ron Atkinson is thinking about his bullpen. He has Mark Lowe as a setup guy, ended up adding some fuel to the fire last night, 3 runs in an inning. Darren Oliver, long-time veteran. Their bullpen, Neftali Felice, a good closer, but a little thin.
Darren Oliver's warming.
3 lefties. We saw Michael Kirkman. Good stuff. Arthur Rhodes.
Chopped toward third. Playing close to the line was Beltre. And Teixeira is 0 for 4.
Rangers, you know, the whole Nolan Ryan thing that they're talking about, they did last year about stretching guys out. Yes, they're mindful of pitch count, but talking to Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, he said, look, you know, we'll see what the pitcher's doing. And also, the hitters will tell you what a pitcher's doing also. Meaning mechanically, is the pitcher dropping his arm? Is he compromising his delivery? Is his stuff falling off? So the number does matter, but not quite as much as what's around baseball. You get a 100 pitch count, the bells go off, everybody's bullpens are double barrel.
Count 1-1. $115 pitches, 72 strikes.
That's great.
Fouled away.
Just enough late life on that pitch. He's hitting 91, a little above average Major League, slightly. It's around 90, 89, 91, but it's got cut to it. He's sinking the ball and cutting it.
One-two pitch, grounded up the middle, and it squeezes through for a base hit. So Cano is 2 for 3.
Believe it or not, as a hitter, you can't aim him. Ground ball up the middle. C.J. Wilson's going to do everything he can, but the ball's just placed in the perfect spot to get it through the infield.
Hit the lip. You see that? We were talking about that yesterday with the bunting circle. Hit right on the lip of the grass in the bunting circle that redirected this ball. That would have been right at C.J. Wilson doing his little Akita kick. Just out of the outstretched reach of Andrus' glove.
Here's Andrew Jones. He's 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, also walked. The base hit by Cano, the Yankees' 7th hit of the afternoon. That's right. You're going to get in trouble with Jones if you misplace a fastball. That's what he's going to hit. Very rarely will he hit a breaking ball or anything off speed. He's sitting dead red even when he was a young player with the Atlanta Braves. Moreland and Wilson playing catch.
Yeah, Wilson's gone over there a few times today, but I don't know that we've really seen his move. Every one of them have been kind of just a token throw over.
Well, he doesn't have much of a move. 10 of 11 to success rate, 91% stolen bases against. So only one caught stealing. Teagarden, good arm. And that's why when he gets a throw over, he kind of half effort. You know, everybody thinks a left-hander you should automatically have a good move. It depends on your balance and where your leg kick is as to whether you're able to go over there or not. So now you see his move there. His knee breaks the pitcher's rubber. And if he doesn't do that when he throws over or throws home plate, once you see that knee come directly straight up, he's going home. Ten stolen bases at 11 attempts. Obviously, that's not good.
Missed with the breaking ball. 120 pitches for C.J. Wilson.
Let's see here if that knee breaks the pitcher's plate.
A borderline corner pitch all day, kind of going 50-50 to the hitters and split between the pitchers.
See, his knee went straight up, Paul. The effort going home. Now the pitch the throw that he does at first base, he breaks his knee towards second base. You gotta throw to first base. Your knee cannot pass the pitcher's rubber and go home. You have to go to first.
2-2. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts of Andrew Jones today.
Michael, you got your scouting report on Andrew Jones, and once he got a couple strikes, he was nothing but breaking balls.
122 pitches today, as high as 125. He averages 110. And that'll probably be the last pitch as Ron Washington takes a slow walk out to the mound.
This might be a conversation.
Yeah, with Jorge's numbers, even though he did get a big hit off of him, you got to think you want to continually keep Jorge on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I like it. You got a guy who's busting it for you. It's a tie ball game. Give him a chance to get out of it. He's showing that he's doing a good job. I know Jorge got the double in his last at bat for the RBI. you have a starting pitcher, your horse, one of your frontline starters, in a tie ball game in the 8th inning, give him a chance to get out of it. Maybe your offense scores a run, you get a win. I guarantee you also said you better get him. You got Russell Martin on deck, and that'll be it. Although you got the lefty Darren Oliver warming up.
Posada RBI double left center in the 6th. Before that, a double play and a strikeout. Posada now has a 9-game hitting streak. He has his average at 229. And this year he's 4 for 37 against lefties, but all 4 of those have come on this homestand. With the 2 hits against Leicester starting it off. Al, with the move that he has, why even throw over? I mean, there's no way he's picking anybody off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you even said it earlier about the half effort. Well, you get it from home plate, so you get the call. So, but make an effort, better effort. And I mentioned about the knee. The foot also has to come across the pitcher's rubber, not just the knee, to throw to first base. That'd be something I'd work on. You know, that's another element that, as I got older, I realized, you know, if you can hold runners and not easily get them to second base, now a little dribbler up the middle, that very same hit that Cano had, that's an RBI run score. That's a potential loss. So it is a huge element of a pitcher's job. I'm not saying, you know, everybody's going to have an Andy Pettitte move, but at least work on it. He's just
lollipopping it over there.
The reason those moves are sent from the dugout, you know, throw over moves, or, you know, the dugout is studying the base stealer, seeing if they can get a twitch or anything to kind of see if you're running, and that move right there isn't helping the bench coaches either, because you know, obviously it's not going to fool the runner.
The 2-1.
Big pitch in this game for C.J. Wilson and Posada. This could be it for him. 126 pitches. Went inside to challenge him on the 2-1 fastball. Good hitters count.
Strike. So with a 3-2 and 2 outs, that'll send Cano off of first.
Well, he went to the inside fastball, and that was that pitch that it's kind of, the hitters don't know if it's a strike, nor does the pitcher. But you've got to hear 2 outs, probably your last hitter, 3-2. You get to do it all over again.
Yeah, that 3-1 pitch after the 2-1 to come inside again. I'm thinking, okay, well, Jorge's got to be looking for the fastball in. Now he gets a backdoor cutter. That's just an emergency hack, fight it off.
Goes again. 3-2. Strike 3. Posada down looking. So he catches him looking for the final out of the 8th inning. 130 pitches for C.J. Wilson. Yankees strand 1. We go to the 9th. Show as Joe reflects on his homecoming in the Windy City, including a recap of the weekend series with the Cubs, plus a preview of the upcoming matchup with the Reds. It's an all-new Joe Girardi Show, Sunday at 7:30, only on Yes. C.J. Wilson now needs the Rangers to score in the top of the ninth inning so he has a chance at a win, because he's not pitching the bottom of the ninth, that's for sure. Mariano Rivera comes on to pitch the ninth inning, and with this appearance, he passes Mike Jackson for 13th place on baseball's all-time games pitched list with 1,006. Mariano has collected just 3 saves in the team's last 33 games, and he recorded 13 saves in their first 33 games, so fewer opportunities, that's for sure. Not as many close games, and some losses in there as well where there weren't save opportunities. So tie game, home, you always bring your closer in the ninth inning. Robertson pitches a 1-2-3/8. Now they'll turn it on Rivera, and he will face 9-1-2 in the Ranger order, starting with Andy Chavez. And there's a strike. The 0-1. An attempted drag bunt popped up and caught there by Teixeira. And Chavez runs into Teixeira. 1 out.
Well, you know, it just looks like he's got his head down, and all of a sudden he figures out, out either way. Obviously, as a runner, you're not allowed to run into the guy. Mark Teixeira looked frustrated at the time, but then I think Chavez came back and told him what happened.
Well, you see even with the way Teixeira went after it, there's no question that Chavez didn't mean to do that. He even tried to get out of the way.
Ian Kinsler, the big RBI double in the 5th inning. Pitch inside from Rivera. Kinsler 1 for 4 today. Fly to center, struck out. The RBI double to right, and then grounded into a fielder's choice, 5-4. Popped up right side. Teixeira near the seats, leans in, and he can't make the play.
Again, you get over there as quick as you can. All of a sudden, you think you can get there, but then that wall kind of... He actually gets you. He got a glove on it. Very close. Good try by Teixeira.
The 2-1. How perfect he's reaching in, trying to make a great play, and the Spectre of Mattingly.
I knew I saw that too.
Right there. Grounded deep to third. Yankees playing close to the line. Pena Fields fires. 2 outs.
No doubles. Making sure that the corners, their base is on the line. And you're keeping that ball in front of him.
I mean, there's no doubles rules for the infield, and they play around on the line. And then there's no doubles rules for the outfield, where you're not supposed to have anything hit over your head. It was so hard to play true no doubles with Mariano on the mound, because really nobody hits the ball on the barrel. Seldom do you ever have a ball driven over your head. So I always felt like you were
doing them a favor
in a wrong position when you're playing no doubles in the outfield when Mariano's on the hill.
A lot of bloops.
Two outs. 0-1 count on Elvis Andrus. Pitch inside. Well, if the Yankees win this game, it's going to be of the pie variety. There's the way the Yankees are setting up defensively, and the outfield shading definitely to the right side. That's the way Bo's pitching.
until Mariano started throwing more of that two-seam inside front door cutter, he would play away.
Grounded to third, perfectly positioned again. Pena guns it across the diamond as Rivera works a 1-2-3 9. Yankees have an opportunity to put A.J. Burnett to work with the pie. We go to the bottom of the ninth. And the Rangers are tied at 2. Yankees are looking for the sweep of Texas. They've already won 6 games against Texas this year out of 8. They'd like to make it 7 of 9. Joe Girardi's trying to figure out how to do it. He's got the bottom of his order against the Rangers' new pitcher as they bring in Darren Oliver.
Imagine A-Rod might be getting loose at this point, just in case.
Those are the numbers on Darren. 1-5. Good ERA, though. Less than a hit per inning, 22 strikeouts and 4 walks. He's a quality, reliable veteran, and he comes on to pitch the ninth. And right now, the Rangers and Ron Washington are hoping for extra innings. Martin, Nunez, and Pena.
I think the Yankees are glad to see C.J. Wilson out of there after settling down, giving up a couple runs, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 6th. Did a nice job.
Did about as much as you could do as a starting pitcher, going all the way into the 8th, pitching 8 complete innings, giving up a couple runs. That is good stuff all game. Tell Al, he knows how to battle out there. He wanted to stay in the game. You saw it wasn't we got working there, Mike.
I don't know. I guess it's the last remnants of a pine tar or a grip stick. I think that's what it is.
Yep, that's solid, just sticky pine tar. You can rub it on your back.
Russell Milken lines one in the left field for base hit. And right there is an indication of the nose doubles defense hurting you, because Beltre is staying on the line. That's just a line drive to the third baseman if he's playing normal, and he wasn't.
Now the cutter coming in, pulls his hands in. Nice hitting, as Michael said. No doubles. He got Beltre right down the line. He would have probably caught that ball had he been in straight up. Still, you want to keep the double play in order.
Well, the Yankees will probably have Eduardo Nunez bunt. And the pitch is inside. Eduardo Nunez, if he bunts, that brings up Pena. Do you then counter with A-Rod? And if you do, he probably gets walked and you just wasted him. Nunez kind of punched to that ball. That's not the way to get it done there.
what you've done also by, Pena being in the lineup and Nunez obviously for Jeter is Russell Martin now at first base. He's still running. He's still in the game as a catcher. I guess Chris Dickerson can run.
$47,487 for a Thursday matinee here at the stadium before the Yankees head on the road. Mark Lowe getting ready for the Rangers. And that one is bunted beautifully. And the sacrifice successful. Score at 1-3.
It's a great bunt, Michael. You don't see a lot of that in the American League brand of ball. Oh, here comes Alex. Watch here, Beltre coming down hard. Now, if you know that as a pitcher, you're going to try to throw a ball in, let Beltre field the ball. That's what Oliver tried to do, but that was just nice deadening of the ball. Angle was right. Well executed by Nunez.
And you see the reason there's an intent to bunt that ball to the first baseman. The reason why he has to hold the runner on first. He's the last guy to get involved with the play.
So Alex Rodriguez will pitch in for Ramiro Pena. Let's manage quickly. Does Ron Washington walk him?
Well, I think if you're going to leave Oliver in, yes, you walk him. And when you see that, if you're going to go and face him, obviously you're going to go to the pen. But that's burning two pitchers.
We're going to walk and put the double play in order here.
You know what? I almost think that you bring the right-hander in. He's a pinch hitter because you got Nick Swisher up next, who you want to bet on the left-hand side anyway.
I think after walking A-Rod, you still bring in the righty. You have to, because Nick has been so much less from the left side than he is from the right. So even if you brought in the righty, I guess walking Alex probably is the prudent thing to do to set up the double play and to avoid one of the all-time greats. And Ron Washington's doing that, but we'll see if they go to the bullpen. So the wheels are turning. Oliver trying to catch Martin sleeping out there.
The matchup too. Oliver 0 for 8. Swisher is, and Lowe only 4 at bats, 1 for 4. And Lowe did not look good in yesterday's ball game last night.
It's funny because if you just looked at the radar gun, he looked great. He was 96, 97 at times, but boy, Teixeira connected on one. He gave up a couple home runs.
Pena, a couple home runs. Miro Pena and Tex. Well, he's going to keep him.
So they're going to stay with Oliver against Swisher. Swisher is 1 for 3. Also was hit by a pitch. Martin's at second. A-Rod intentionally walked his at first.
This is where you look at Ron Washington as a manager and he's just going with a gut feeling. And if it doesn't work out, these are the decisions that you have to explain to the press. This is what I wanted.
Left-handed, a 176 hitter. From this side, 355. It doesn't make sense. You can't be thinking about Granderson on deck. You got to deal with this batter. This could end the game. And there's a strike.
Especially with the fact, Michael, they have 3 left-handers. This isn't a one-and-done deal with like a lot of bullpens.
Swisher against Oliver is 0 for 8, but remember, Swisher's having his worst year from the right side this season. 0 for 8's in the past. The 0-1. The 1-1. 2-1.
Again, in these situations as a hitter, you're so anxious. You want to get the big hit. Pitchers know it. Catcher knows it. Very hard to really zone in on making sure you swing at a strike in these big situations.
Bottom of the 9th. The Yankees looking for the win. 3-1.
Seeing the ball well. I know we just showed the righty-lefty splits. C.J. Wilson watching closely. That was a good take of Nick Swisher.
The 3-1. He walked him. The bases are loaded for Granderson.
Michael, you know you're not going to get a pitching change here, but Darren Oliver, not the same kind of stuff. I don't consider him just a lights-out strikeout pitcher from the left-hand side like he was early in his career, where you're kind of an overpowering fastball. Smart pitcher, yes. Curtis Granderson, as I said, he's handled left-handers all year.
And he's handled Oliver in his career 4 for 11 with a home run. That's 364. They had to bring the infield in, they had to bring the outfield way in.
If I'm hitting right here, the only thing that's going through my mind, and it's kind of confusing, is the past few days they've really busted me inside. And Darren Oliver does not have the fastball that Wilson or Holland has. So you gotta figure out, is he going to take that same approach and try to bust me inside, or is he going to go back to his breaking ball, which in the past is usually the way he goes about getting lefties out.
Here's the game. Pitch is high. No place to put Granderson, obviously.
Fastball in. Now, what do you think? That a show me pitch, or is that the way they're going to try to get him?
He's going to break the ball down the way here.
Martin is the winning run at third. Infield in, outfield in. The 1-0. Breaking ball strike.
Up middle.
Yeah. Fastball in again. Got to set up another breaking ball. You got to be real careful with bases loaded. You can't give away too many pitches trying to set up a next pitch. Last thing you want to do is get bases loaded 3-2.
All right, 1-0 maybe, but he throws this again. Granderson's going to hit that ball hard. That's a middle of the plate, meaty breaking ball.
Missed inside. And the count 2-1.
Again, he went to that fastball in, and I don't know if he's trying to throw it for a strike or just trying to. He's that confident he can throw this next breaking ball for a strike. So you got to figure you're going to see another breaking ball here.
The 2-1. One pitch away from walking in the game-winning run. The pitch. 3-2.
Now we got a fastball, and he got it right down the middle. It's kind of
real anxious.
What he has not done in the past. Kind of came off that pitch a little bit. Now you really just have to look for the baseball. I mean, anything could come here. This could be a fastball, could be a breaking ball. This is where the pitcher's kind of in your head.
3-2. He chases ball 4 and strikes out.
That is a gutsy pitch right there. Gets away with the fastball. Comes with the 3-2 slider. Take a look at the pitch by pitch. Tacks inside as he's showing him. Little get me over curveball. Gets back into the count. Then busts him in. Thinking up and in down the way. No. Double fastball. That was the pitch right there. Pulled off. Slow curveball slider slurve.
We talked about it now as a hitter. When you go back to the dugout, sure, he made a gutsy pitch 3-2 with a slider, but the 3-1 pitch, fastball, good pitch to hit, didn't put it in play.
Here's Teixeira, and there's a strike. Teixeira, 4 regular season walk-off wins in his career. Last one was on May 24th, 2011. Yankees have had 2 walk-off wins this year. Bases loaded, now 2 outs. The infield and outfield back up, the 0-1. And the count 0-2. This is the one on May 24th against Toronto. And it scores Granderson. And the Yankees won that one, and there was pie involved. Well, now the count 0-2. Oliver challenging Mark Teixeira. The pitch. Chopped slowly to short. Andrews fields. Fires to first. Now we've got extra innings. No runs, a hit, no errors, and the bases are left loaded. Oliver comes back to force the 10th. Eight hits and 2 runs. The Rangers have committed an error. Brian Gordon, his first big league start, went 5 1/3, 7 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. C.J. Wilson was outstanding. 130 pitches in 8 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. Posada tied the game with an RBI double for the Yankees, and that came in the 6th inning. And the Yankees certainly had an opportunity in the bottom of the 9th inning. 3-1 against Granderson. And the bases loaded with 1 out. Darren Oliver gets him to strike out, swings at a 3-2 pitch out of the zone. And then Mark Teixeira ends up grounding out to Andrews, and we've got extra innings. So the Yankees leave 3 in the bottom of the 9th.
Gutsy call, Ron Washington putting Swisher as a right-handed batter, good at bat, and walking. And Oliver made a big pitch.
There's a strike. Josh Hamilton, Michael Young, and Adrian Beltre here in the 10th inning. Rivera works his 2nd inning. Pitch inside, 1-1. So C.J. Wilson just a spectator now. He can neither win nor lose, but Rangers would like to get out of their 4-game losing streak. See Kirkman and Felice. That one is driven to deep right field. And Swisher makes the play for the first out. Michael Young 1 for 4. Wrapped into a 5-3 double play his last time up, where they walked Hamilton in front of him intentionally, put runners on first and second. Driven the other way.
Mariano's last outing Friday, so he's had plenty of rest. This last inning you mentioned about how fluky and how the game goes for closers. First 33 games, he had 13 saves. Yep. Last 33, 3.
Line drive, a base hit to center field. Granderson almost loses his footing, but fires it in. So a 1-out single for Young, who's now 2 for 5.
Yeah, Michael Young, we talked franchise leader in hits. Nothing new to him. Ball up in the zone. You don't see much from Mariano unless it's intentional. driven into center field.
See him open his hips there. Mariano throwing plenty of cutters away. Watch him open his hip and foot. He got that ball inside. Normally that cutter is away.
Adrian Beltre fouls it away.
Can't imagine a right-handed hitter looking in. I know Mariano throws a lot more inside. He does throw that front door cutter. Also a two-seamer, which would run in on the righty.
Popped up. Right side, Teixeira and Cano. Cano makes the play for the second out.
I'll tell you what, there was a little moment there of indecision from my angle. It looked like nobody was going after that ball. Robbie got a good angle on it at the end.
It was strange, Paul, because Teixeira was running in foul territory. He wasn't even near the ball.
Right.
Just kind of veered off.
Swisher's not coming in very hard. He's not going to call him off. Make you a little nervous if you're on the hill there, Al?
Who's got it? Who's going to take it?
We're in the top of the 10th inning here at the stadium. Yankees and the Rangers are tied at 2. Here's Mitch Moreland.
You know, a lot of times you have to know as a second baseman, and that play was a little more difficult because of where Nick Swisher is in the game. We talked about no doubles. Nick Swisher playing very deep. It's a lot it's an easier play for him to make early in the game, but when you're playing 2 or 3 steps back, you'd see how deep he is out here. That ball over in here where that ball was is very hard to get to for the right field.
Reminder, A-Rod is at third after pinch hitting for Pena. And Gardner took over and left for Jones in the 9th inning, in case we didn't tell you that. Moreland tries to hold up. He cannot. The 0-1. Grounded softly to second. Cano is there, and we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Go to the bottom of the 10th. The score is tied at 2. Historic Wrigley Field to battle the Cubs. Coverage will start at 1:30 with the Tri-State 4 pregame. Then John Flaherty, Ken Singleton, and me. All the action, Yankees and the Cubs. It all starts tomorrow at 1:30. It's right here on Yes. You like playing in Chicago, Al?
Love it. And every player that I know that I played with loves going in there. Michael Kirkman showed some good stuff. Ended up giving up a few runs the first night that the Rangers were in. 2 2/3, 3 runs. Swisher had a big home run. Chicago's a fun city. You like Chicago?
Love it.
Yeah, it's great. Walk-in city.
Other than New York, it's the greatest city in the world.
And you're going to the north side too.
Yep.
It's better. Wrigleyville is fantastic. One big party.
I'm there to do a job out.
I was just going to say, Michael has nothing to do with the party part of it. You know what, Michael? You do not have the national broadcast game on Saturday.
Yeah, we do. It's on Fox. We're just doing Friday's game, I guess.
I know. So you're off on Saturday.
Right.
What you need to do is befriend somebody up on the roof, taking a game from up on the roof on Saturday. Then come down for the post game.
Well, see, my wife's coming to Chicago. I don't think that she
you know
would think
what?
that would be
If
a
your
good time.
wife's going to be there, you have much better chance of getting tickets than if you were there alone.
Why is that?
Wow.
Would you give Jody a ticket or Michael if you knew neither? That's
a good point.
Now, good friends. Here's the 2-0. So Cano so far today is 2 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. We're at the bottom of the 10th inning. The game knotted at 2. Michael Kirkman, the new pitcher. 3 lefties the Yankees are seeing. Wilson, Oliver, and now Kirkman. And 1 pitch away from putting on the winning run. Brett Gardner's on deck. Remember, he had gone in for defense for Andrew Jones. Jones was batting in the number 5 hole. And he was 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. So if Cano gets on, obviously Gardner would then bunt. But there's a strike. Mike Maddox, the pitching coach of the Texas Rangers. And the 3-1. So he's worked it full, 3-2. The 10 games not enough for you, Paul. We needed extra innings. We want you around.
I like it. It's a good game, though. 2-2.
That was the text phone, day, night, and then you had the 3-4, right?
Yeah,
so this is your game.
We got an A, B, or C. Now we want an extra inning. Huh?
Well, that's true. Extra inning. 2-2 extra inning game.
Very disappointed they didn't take my advice on that.
You probably, because of being a hitter, you're into the 9-7. No? 2-1's good for you?
I like some runs. Yeah, 2-1 is a little boring.
The 3-2 hanging in there.
It's the cat-mouse gladiator syndrome of what the pitcher's trying to do. I thought that last inning, as exciting as it was, close. Oliver making the big pitch like Granderson. Disappointing for the Yankees. Every single pitch counts. Games like this, obviously a mistake's going to be a loss or a win, whichever side you're on.
Three-2. Grounded to Kinsler. 1 away. So a battle by Cano. And that's going to bring up Brett Gardner. Gardner's been playing very well of late, but against the 2 left-handers he has not started. They started Andrew Jones in left.
Texas bullpen seems to have a tendency to get behind in the count and have the ability to come back and get outs. And I don't know if you always want to dig yourself a hole, but against Robbie right there, 3-0, came back, 3 fastballs, got an out.
There's a strike.
Well, they have the arms to back it up, but I agree with you, Paul. This whole 3-game series, every one of these pitchers have established their fastball early in the count, generally, and have not been afraid to come inside on the Yankee hitters, but either left-hander or right-hander.
There's a strike.
the way that last inning went about, what to me has been established to Ron Washington as the manager is he doesn't trust a lot of guys in that bullpen other than Darren Oliver and Perez, who's your closer. So to go totally against the book like he did, he has little trust in those guys. I mean, you had Lowe up, obviously. And you got Felice as the closer, hard thrower that you trust, and you've got Darren Oliver, who's got good numbers. That he put him in situations that just totally went against scouting reports. But again, as a manager, you do things sometimes against the book because you have a feeling it's going to work.
Well, it said a lot about where his confidence is for Mark Lowe, who is technically the setup guy to Felice, along with Oliver, because of the righty-lefty splits that we talked about.
Line drive. Past the lunging Kinsler and into center field. Gardner makes a big turn. He'll stop right there. But now he's going to try to steal second base. So the winning run is on here in the bottom of the 10th.
If you're a fan, I mean, this is what you want to see. Brett Gardner come in, get a base hit, but now it sets up the cat and mouse game because you'd love to see if he can steal this base, get into a scoring position. But he also, what he does here, Kinsler just out of his reach. Did you see Chavez come in? And you've got to handle this ball. You got to handle it cleanly because Brett Gardner gets out of the box quick, gets around, and if you mishandle this as an outfielder, and believe me, you know it, he's going to second base.
Well, Gardner has the speed, as every Yankee fan knows, but he's been caught stealing 9 times, 14 stolen bases. Bad ratio.
He's got a good lead and heads back to first.
This is an old trick here, Alan. I don't know if you were here when I said this. Now, he threw over once. So what you do is you get an extra big lead to make him throw over again. Because in my mind, pitchers did not want to come over there 3 consecutive times.
So take a one-way lead.
Yeah, take a one-way lead, make him throw again, and then take your chance.
Jorge has to skip rope.
Didn't take my advice, did he?
No. Yeah, especially as a left-hander, because you're looking at him. You knew the guys, they were way off. You either had to step off or throw over it. If you're taking a one-way lead, as you're saying, you know your whole body momentum is taking you back to first base. This is average. Well, getting out there a little.
Pretty big lead.
Yep.
But it's not, you know, he didn't take another step after he threw over them.
Adrian Beltre is playing deep third, maybe a half a foot off the line. A double would win the game with Gardner's speed, so he doesn't care about the ball going to his left. But he's so close to the line, a ball to his left could still be a double.
The 2. You got to set up, Al. You got to go now.
You know, watching Gardner having a little bit of a sit, not sure about as to whether Kirkman was going over or not. Better move than what C.J. Wilson showed today.
Joe Girardi's he's not giving signs here. Brett Gardner's on his own. If he feels like he can steal the base, he's going to steal it. So it's not a situation where he's looking for the steal sign. Go. See?
He wasn't listening.
Paul was a magician stealing bases his last year. He stole 20 bases. The oldest person to ever steal 20 bases.
You got to cheat at it, though.
Did you look in to see signs?
I stole on counts and tried to guess curveballs and things like that. Kind of use little games to make pitchers throw over, and then, you know, they figured they throw over once, you're not going anywhere, and you kind of cheat steal.
Just showed that graphic at 60%. Not good. A 9 caught stealing.
Now, with that, though, Girardi has said, I am not taking the green light off. I want him to run. I want him to keep running.
He almost needs to force him to run. I mean, you get a guy that has kind of the yips on it, and the percentage is low.
You know, caught stealing are also, you know, pickoffs. He had a spin move early in the homestand, and, you know, and that shows up in the caught stealing category, which.
Runner goes. Line drive. Oh, and It's caught by Beltre, and they're going to turn that into a double play. Fires across the diamond, and that'll do it. That close to setting up the inning to end the game. So they had Beltre played at just the right spot. We talked about it. And a 5-3 double play. He stays with the carom and then says, oh, I can get two. And he does. We go to the 11th. Pro team sales, including the Detroit Pistons transaction and the Mets ownership situation. Plus, IndyCar CEO Randy Bernard discusses the improvements being made in the sport. It's a new Forbes Sports Money tomorrow at 6, only on Yes. And we'll see Corey Wade now, the Yankees' fifth pitcher. Made his Yankee debut last night. Worked a 1-2-3 inning. And now he'll pitch here in the 11th.
Did a nice job. Came in 1-2-3 in the 8th with a strikeout. Coming back on the scene, Russell Martin said he looked like he cleaned up his delivery a little bit. Hides the baseball, a little more deception. Teammates with Los Angeles Dodgers.
That'll be the bottom third of the order here in the 11th. Murphy, Teagarden, and Chavez against Corey Wade. So Mariano went 2 strong innings, gave up 1 single. Robertson pitched a 1-2-3 eighth. Hector Noesi went 1 2/3 scoreless innings. So Joe's gotten a nice job out of his bullpen so far. Remember, to make room for the starter Brian Gordon, they sent down Lance Pendleton. So Pendleton not in the bullpen. He's headed toward Scranton Wilkes-Barre. They also released Amari Sanit with all the recent flurry of roster moves. So the count 0-1 now to Murphy. Murphy, 1 hit today, and that one is tapped back to Wade. 1 out.
Good sinking fastball, ends up beats it in front of the ground, right back to him. Quick first out.
And there's a strike to Teagarden. The 0-1.
There's that slow curveball.
The 1-2. Low. This is what's left in the bullpen for the Yankees. You still have Ayala and Marquez and the lone left-hander Boone Logan. Swung on and missed. Teagarden down on strikes.
That's showing an assortment of curve, slider, then he just takes this little paint fastball. See Teagarden, kind of emergency hack. That's the variation of speeds that Corey Wade has shown so far. Sneaky. Again, velocity in that upper 80, low 90 has a different effect when it comes out of the hand, especially when a pitcher hides the baseball.
Here's Eric Chavez, not Eric, Endy Chavez. Eric Chavez still on the DL for the Yankees. Endy today 1 for 4. Had an infield single, scored one of the 2 runs that the Rangers scored in the 5th inning, and that's their only offense. Foul back. As the Yankees are heading out after the game today, Girardi said that all of the DL guys, including Derek Jeter, are going to rehab in Tampa and not travel with the team. The 0-2. Chop up the middle. Fielded there by Cano. Fires and got a pretty play by Robinson Cano as Corey Wade works a 1-2-3 inning. So the Rangers go down in order in the top of the 11th after this nice play by Cano. Now the Yankees will come up in the bottom of the inning. Bronx Yankees and the Rangers are tied at 2, each team with 9 hits. The Rangers have committed 1 error. The Yankees have been flawless in the field. And here in the bottom of the 11th inning, it'll be the bottom of the Yankee order. It's going to be Martin, Nunez, and Alex Rodriguez. Yes, Alex batting 9th. He was not in the starting lineup, but he pinch hit in the 9th inning for Ramiro Pena and was intentionally walked. It certainly looked in the 9th inning like the Yankees had an opportunity. They had the bases loaded with 1 out. Granderson struck out with Darren Oliver on the mound, swinging at a ball 4, but a breaking ball. He's trying to protect the plate. And Mark Teixeira grounded out to short. That was a Yankee threat at the bottom of the 9th to win it in regulation. So Russell Martin will start it off. He started off the 9th with a single to left. He is 2 for 3 with an RBI and a walk. And a strike.
Russell Martin looked 100% better today, but the last thing you want to do on your day back from a sore back as a catcher is play some extra innings, make it an extended day.
Fouled off.
Ended right here.
Don't want to keep squatting.
That's right.
It's Jerry Kuzma used to tell me, you want to win, pitch a shutout and hit a home run.
Simple enough.
Simple enough, right?
Swung on and missed, and Martin down on strikes.
Is there a part of the extra inning game where you want it over and you're thinking yard ball?
Oh,
to not
you really got to fight it.
Yeah.
You got to fight it as a hitter. There are certain guys that are very good at looking for pitches, and if they get it, they hit home runs. But the average hitters, I look back and I really had to fight it, because if I tried to hit home runs, I was an out. And you keep telling yourself a double will set things up, or a single will set things up. Every once in a while, the guy will miss and you'll hit a home run. But when you go up there looking for it, it just doesn't happen.
I think a lot of that has to do with why there are longer extra innings than there should be, because I think everybody tries to become a home run hitter, and it takes them out of what they do. The 1-0. You ever hit a walk-off home run?
Yeah. Not a lot of them, but I hit a couple of them.
Al, did you ever hit a walk-off home run? I got to be fair to both of you. I got to ask the same questions.
Little League, I had a couple.
The 2-0.
How about those home runs at Little League? You play in those fields that didn't have fences. Be in the hot sun, so the outfield's like a parking lot. So you'd hit a line drive over the shortstop's head, and the kids just keep running and running. I mean, you've already scored, and the kid's still running after the ball.
Is that when you were wearing those bunny ears?
Exactly. For people that don't know, the bunny ears they're not full helmets. Al knew nothing about them.
I had somebody come up to me on the streets of Manhattan and said, "What's he talking about?" I said, "Ooh." He goes, "Paul O'Neill." I said, "About what?" He goes, "Those bunny ears. I never heard of that." I said, I'm in New York. I never did.
And
I was in Jersey. Never did.
No. But it's a generation, I guess, a couple years before me, because I have a friend that grew up in Paterson, New Jersey, and he said, "Yeah, bunny ears."
A generation before you. So in other words, really old,
No,
right?
a couple years. You're what, 47?
48. You're 45. That's not a generation.
No,
that's
I don't mean
years.
generation. But in Little League, that's dog years. 3 years is a lot.
It's a difference
really
between
21,
bunny ears
yeah.
and a full helmet. Is what you're saying.
I probably missed it by a year.
You probably missed it because you were out in the bullpen warming up all the time and never at the plate.
The 2-2. And Nunez has worked the count full. On deck, Alex Rodriguez. That's a nice number 9 hitter to have.
Yeah, and now back to your point about a home run. Alex Rodriguez is a guy who, in the certain count, can look for a pitch and try to hit a home run and do it, because he's done it so many times, and because he knows his swing well enough, and because he doesn't have to pull the ball to hit a home run.
And Nunez walks, and he's on with the winning run.
Most hitters have to look for a pitch that they can pull. Alex Rodriguez can look for a ball away, go to right field, look for a ball up, drive it to center field, look for a ball in, drive it to left field. So in certain counts where he feels a certain pitch, he's able to do that.
Alex pinch hit for Ramiro Pena in the 9th inning and was promptly intentionally walked. That's why in all likelihood I don't see Nunez stealing second base here and taking the bat out of Alex's hand. Because Alex's run means nothing. Nunez's does. And that would just pass the baton to Nick Swisher at the same situation as you had in the 9th.
Which isn't such a bad thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Nunez's stolen base attempt to his ratio this year, unbelievable. I think he was 8 for 9 going into today's game.
Good for Alex in this matchup. He did face Kirkman in the first game of this series, 1 for 2. He got a double on a first pitch fastball and a second at bat. Good for a veteran guy to have seen a guy before. Release point.
Paul, you're right. It is 8 of 9. And he's keeping a close eye on him.
Were you like that? I know Alex is like that because he looks into a lot of scouting and video. Did you like to have a little, even though it's only 2 at bats, than to be completely blind facing a guy?
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny how your memory, one at bat from 5 years ago, you can remember. And it's weird how your hitter's mind, or even pitchers too.
Hot shot caught there by Andrus. Can't hit it harder than that. Nice play by the Rangers shortstop.
Tell you what, the Yankees are not scoring runs, but it's not because they're not hitting the ball hard. Last couple innings, they've hit a couple balls right on the nose. Just happen to be at people. Alex isn't even out of the box before that ball's caught.
Back to the top of the lineup, and Nick Swisher, he walked in that ninth inning to load the bases. He's 1 for 3 with 2 appearances on base with a walk, and he was hit in the third inning, a breaking ball. Nick Swisher 1 for 1 against Kirkman, the one a home run. There's a strike. Check this out, Paul. Al had to go to a whole nother page because of the length of the game.
Are you still on your same scoreboard?
Yeah, I am. Same scouting report, same notes, everything.
Whole new page.
New page. And the 0-1. High fly ball center field. Chavez is there. And we're going to go to the 12th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We played 11 full at the stadium. It's a 2-2 game. Game, and here's how the scoring took place. Martin, RBI single at the bottom of the second, gave the Yankees a 1-0 lead. Then in the 5th inning, Kinsler an RBI double tied the game. Beltre then hit by a pitch with the bases loaded in the top of the 5th. That gave the Rangers a 2-1 lead. And then Posada an RBI double in the bottom of the 6th inning, and that tied the game at 2, and that's where we are right now. That's not going to end well. No, looks like everything's cool. Corey Wade, his 2nd inning of work, top of the Ranger order. And Kinsler takes outside. Popped up, good off-speed pitch. And Nunez is called off by Cano for the first out.
This is what you talk about out. Guys is trying to do it a little bit too much. A hanging breaking ball, but wrong approach when you're trying to pull it out of the ballpark. Funny thing just happened. I mean, shortstop has the say on fly balls in the infield. Robbie just called the shortstop off. Hey, this has been out here a little bit longer. I'll take this one. All right.
Here's Elvis Andrus. Breaking ball strike. The lights are on here at the stadium.
It's not because it's cloudy, Michael. It's just getting late. Early. Isn't that what Yogi said?
That's what Yogi said. Getting late early. Grounded to short. Nunez backhand, steadies, fires, and 2-way.
What if you were a scout and you just came in to see the Yankees, you'd be really impressed with Nunez, what he's done at the plate, approaching the field. I mean, he can steal a base for you. He's got a sacrifice bunt down earlier in the game. Done a lot of things that are required to just be a good everyday player.
Could see why the Yankees liked him. He was apparently the deal breaker in a potential Cliff Lee trade a couple of years ago.
Last year,
right?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
Now here's Josh Hamilton. You have to be very careful with him. You have Boone Logan up. And if anybody had gotten on, you probably bring in Logan to face Hamilton. But now Wade will deal with him. Goes off speed.
Beautiful first pitch changeup. Corey Wade, again, showing kind of starter stuff mentality. So 4 different pitches. Good changeup. Decent fastball, slider, and curve.
Missed outside.
Saw that changeup a little differently than the first pitch. Hacking, thinking fastball.
The 2-1.
Not going all off speed so far. Changeup, curveball. He had a good look at the changeup. Good arm speed. Look at that out in front. It's a beautiful pitch. Hitters see fastball. There it is again.
I think you got to be careful that you don't throw it too many times, because if you miss with it and you get it up in the zone, Josh Hamilton has seen it 3 times in this at bat.
Swing and a miss. Now he's seen it 4 times. Corey Wade 6 up, 6 down. Rangers don't score in the top of the 12th. Yankees have another chance to win it in the bottom of the inning. and won 5 of the first 9. A win here would give them a very good 6-4 homestand, especially when you consider they lost the first 3 games of the homestand against the Red Sox. So they have bounced back nicely. The only game they've lost since then is that 1-0 game against the Indians on Monday. They won the first 2 games here against a first-place Texas Rangers team. And now they'll have Granderson, Teixeira, and Cano trying to end it against Michael Kirkman. This is Kirkman's 3rd inning of work. C.J. Wilson started. He went 8 strong. Then you had Darren Oliver work a tightrope short of 9th inning, didn't allow a run. And then Kirkman pitched the 10th and the 11th, and now he's coming out to pitch the 12th. 2-2 game. Granderson will start it off. Granderson 2 for 4 and was also hit by a pitch. Struck out his last 2 times up. And a strike.
Tell you what, Granderson, Cano, I've seen a lot of left-handers. A lot of times when you see left-handers just over and over and over again, it can actually mess up your swing a little bit because you got to open up a little bit naturally just to pick up the ball. And it just seems like when you see a lot of them in a row, you start to open that front shoulder a little bit. And I've stated many times that I think Curtis Granderson this year, the reason he's hit so well is because he's kept that front shoulder in.
1-1. 2-1. So when lefties kind of bail just a little bit, it's not out of fear of getting hit. It's just to get a look at the baseball, right?
Well, sometimes it is, and a lot has to do with obviously the release point of the lefty. The farther the lefty drops down, you have to open up just to see the ball a little bit. And you know, your shoulder usually follows your head. So when you open your head up to see the ball, your shoulder can follow it.
That one is looped in this right field. It's going to duck in for a base hit. David Murphy fires it in, so just like that, the 3rd hit for Granderson, and the winning runner's on base.
Again, if you looked at this homestand, this wouldn't be on Curtis Granderson highlight tape. He's hit so many home runs lately, but again, another tough lefty, ball up and in, stays through it, gets jammed. Extra innings guys are usually playing. We've talked about it, the no double, so these little bloopers have a better chance of falling in.
There's Mark Teixeira. He's had a rough day. 2 home runs yesterday, but he's 0 for 5 today. Beltre deep and close to the line at 3rd. Obviously, Granderson is a threat to steal. Curtis has 10 stolen bases, been caught 4 times. In fact, he was caught in the 1st inning, so he's been caught 5 times. Drive, but it's in the park. Hamilton was that sky high for the first out.
That is just missing it. Oh, pulled off just a smidge.
Tell you what, that had the sound of something special. And it just immediately you see he gets a good pitch to hit. He knew immediately he missed it. Looks like a big swing. That's Mark Teixeira's swing. I mean, he's a home run hitter, a power guy, so he doesn't change much in these situations where you see some single hitters start to get a little long, try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. That's Teixeira's everyday swing.
Kirkman doing a nice job holding the Yankee runners. Guy Granderson is a little anxious to see if he can take off here.
Driven the other way, slicing foul.
Even though a runner is on and he has the green light, the manager can still give you the steal sign. And if you have a green light, that means I can go if I want. But if you get the steal sign, that means I want you to run and you go on that pitch. So he will still give a guy steal sign once in a while if he wants you to run on that pitch.
Cano has 2 hits. He's hitting .290 now. Nine for his last 20.
Right, there's a 2 out.
Is he going to do 3?
Curtis, if you're listening to me, I'm telling you, go. Looking at me like I'm nuts. You can trust me on this one.
Swing and a miss.
And no pull up here. We got 9. Trying to help guys out. Tough pitch to hit for Robbie. Ball up and in, coming out of the zone.
Yoshinori Tateyama. Saw him earlier in the series. He's getting ready.
You saw early in the series, lefties kind of wore him out. He's kind of a right-handed, get right-handers out specialist.
So now will there be a second throw over? Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying after 2.
After 2, I always felt as a runner if I could draw 2 in a row, then on the 3rd pitch I could get a good jump. I don't think pitchers like to just continually go over him. Now, there are some that will and do.
Is that a foul ball or hit by pitch? It's a hit by pitch.
Delayed call, isn't it?
That had to sound
Washington
like
doesn't like it.
Might have hit the bat and the hand.
So Mike Everett and Ron Washington talking things over. Ron Washington is kind of like an older car. He could really get rolling after a while. Let's see if he has anything to argue about here. I think he got the elbow pad and then the knob.
Got the knob in the back.
Really? You don't think he got both out?
What'd you see?
I saw it. I want to see another replay. That's what I saw because it was close. The sound, it got the bat at the end.
Let's see if we had 2.
He looked at his hand.
Yeah, he never looked at his elbow. He looked at the hand. So you think he hit the bat out?
Yeah, let's see here. We're gonna see what's the knob of the bat, right below his right hand. That crushes his hand. That I think it would hurt a lot more than that, wouldn't it?
Looks like it did hit the knob in the hand. It might have pinched the hand against it.
If it hits the bat,
right?
Even if it hits your hand as well.
Ron Washington might have an argument there.
All right, so here's Brett Gardner. The winning run is at second base. First and second, 1 out. Bottom of the 12th inning. Missed in the count 1-0. It doesn't hit the elbow for sure, so we know that. So it's either hand or knob there. The 1-0. Grounded through the right side for a base hit. Here comes Granderson. He will score, and the Yankees win 3-2. Brett Gardner with the walk-off single. The celebration in the Bronx begins. So Brett Gardner, who entered the game defensively in the 9th inning, comes in and gets the winning hit. And A.J. Burnett's loading up. Stick around for the postgame show to find out who's today's Chevy player of the game. So a base hit for Gardner, scores Granderson, and here's how it played out.
Just fought it through. It sounded like he broke his bat just far enough for
Kinsler not to be able to get it. You got the speed of Granderson beating the throw from Murphy. Game-winning RBI single. Brett Gardner.
Let's take a look at the swing one more time. The Coors Light cold, hard blast.
Off a left-hander. Kirkman looked like about on the handle. Fights it off through the middle. It's just a matter of whether Gardner scores or not.
All right, speaking of Gardner, he's with Kim Jones on the field. Kim?
He is, Michael. Brett. 2 on, 1 out. What's your approach there against the lefty?
Well, he fell behind 1-0, and, I'm just looking for a fastball to hit. He's got to throw me a fastball with Sato behind me. And
You knew that was coming.
I was expecting it. I didn't know when it was coming, but I figured it would before too long. Just looking for a pitch to hit. I was a little bit late on it, but it got in on me a little bit, but managed to get it through the right side. And with Curtis on second, he's going to score every time on it. Thank goodness I didn't hit it too hard, and they really didn't have a play to play it.
How do you like this? You didn't start the last 2 games against lefty starters, but you come through with the game winner today against a lefty reliever.
Yeah, just try and go up there with a good approach and look for a good pitch to hit. 1 out, mid on first and second, and we did a good job of getting guys on base, and finally we got one in.
What can you tell us about the hitters in this lineup since Friday? It seems you guys as a whole have really gotten going. How does that happen, and is it contagious?
Yeah, it's definitely contagious. It's not one of those things you can really explain, because if you could, you try to do it every day. But for the last few days, we've really been clicking as a unit, and hopefully we can take it on the road with us.
How about this homestand that begins a disappointing 0-3, but you wind up 6-4? How important was it for you guys to bounce back like you did?
Very important. We had 3 tough games against Boston, and Cleveland we played pretty well, and Texas has got a great team, one of the best teams in baseball, and we threw the ball well, and we scored some runs, and feel good going on the road.
How was it wearing that whipped cream through the whole interview?
It feels pretty good. My first time, so I enjoy it.
That's good. We like that you like it. Thank you, Brett, so much. Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Brett, and thank you to Kim as well. So the man who delivered the pie, A.J. Burnett, had trouble getting over the wall. Wow, looked like the first time. But the target, he knew who it was, and he got it done. Yankees did too. They win 3-2.